This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
It's a warm winter's day with blue skies and feathered friends to start our afternoon safari. As you can see, there's a fork-tailed drongo that's, well, just taking it easy and watching from the perch in order to hawk a few insects. Hopefully it will be successful, and with this warm weather, I'm sure the birds will be pretty active this afternoon on this, your very own live African safari. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this sunset safari. On what day is it today? Tuesday. Beautiful Tuesday afternoon here in South Africa. We have blue skies. The wind is not even blowing too much, and it is delightfully warm. Now, before we get into all of what's going to be happening this afternoon, my name is Tristan. On camera, I have got Morgan, and we are coming to you live from Pridelands and Djuma today. So it will be myself here in Djuma and Steve in Pridelands, which means that we need all of you this afternoon to provide some impetus for us, because it's just going to be the two bearded boys out on drive. Morgan, why are you laughing? We need to hear from all of you, so ask lots of questions, give us some topics that you want us to discuss that can be in depth, and we shall try and endeavor to answer them as best as possible. And you can do so using the hashtag on WildEarth on Twitter, at FC on the YouTube chat stream, otherwise on any of the comment sections of the various platforms that we stream to, as well as the kiddies. We always love to hear from you guys too, so don't be shy to ask questions on Kids Questions at WildEarth.tv. That's an email address, just by the way, so you can just send it through to that. So the plan is for the afternoon, given that it will be just me for now, for the moment, on Djuma. Maybe Lauren will join a little bit later, we'll see. But I'm going to try to see if I can follow up on where I left Tlalamba, or I say where I left, where Tlalamba left me this morning, so hastily. So we're going to go scratch around there, but otherwise we're going to do a bit of birding. We'll stop for impalas like this, and anything else really that comes our way. I think it's going to be a fun drive, and it's going to be a lot more like a normal safari, so we'll have a little chat about all kinds of things, and like I say, we'll make it as fun as possible. Now, these male impala, I'm actually quite surprised that they are where they are right now. It's hot today, it's not cool at all, and even the wind that's blowing is again a berg wind. I'm very shocked by that, because this morning I said that the cold front should be arriving today. Normally when we get winds early in the morning, the cold front does come through by the sort of afternoon, but that hasn't taken place, and the wind is warm now, so it's our kind of typical sort of berg wind conditions, and that means that generally you find these guys trying to find shade rather than being right out in the sunshine. While it's not summer heat, it's still hot for the day, particularly kind of because we're close to midday at the moment. You'd find that just to control temperature and to be comfortable, they normally seek out shade. But it's highly possible that they, unfortunately, have been pushed out into this little open clearing, maybe eddies or something like that, where they were standing in the shade, maybe came through and they kind of went out. Or potential that there's been a predator around that they're a bit nervous about. Harold, you're asking, do all antelope in this area go through a rutting period? So no, not all. Our small antelopes, things like duiker, steenbok, those animals actually are monogamous, so they pair together for life, so there's not a rut for competition for females. But you'll find like the impalas, wildebeest, they go through kind of a seasonal rut, if you want to call it that. Things like kudu are a lot more opportunistic at random times of the year. While there's a peak in the births around summer, they do sometimes have little ones kind of right at the end of summer and the beginning of spring too. So that's not as defined as what you see from the impalas. The impalas really out here are the ones that have this very defined, very kind of seasonal, very obvious rut that you see, where males chase each other around and gargle and splatter and do all kinds of other things that they do. The rest of the antelope out here are far more civilized about their coercing of females and mating. So you find that they, like I say, it's really only these guys that I would say is a really defined rut. The wildebeest do kind of clash, but they're not really in the same bracket as this. It's just a period of time where they all mate, as opposed to a display, and the rut really is a display more than anything else. It's a period where males put on a show for females, and the impalas in this section really are the only ones that do a massive amount of work like that in order to gain females. And you can actually see now the one, if I go back slightly, I hope he doesn't move, and sometimes they move when the car starts, and you see how he's seeked out the last little bit of shade that there actually is. I don't know if you can see nicely there, Morgan. I'm sorry, it's probably not a great view with that branch, but chilled. All right. You can see how that one has just seeked out the tiniest little bit of shade in order to try and get out of the sun. It's important that animals out here use shade, otherwise they overheat, which is never a good thing. But it's interesting to see that the herds haven't quite amalgamated yet. What we're still seeing is remnants of the rut, where herds have unfortunately still split out, and you've got kind of females with one male, and that whole sort of rutting behavior is kind of still in place. And then you've got these bachelor groups that are off on their own, so like 3 males like this together, and that's kind of still how it is. Eventually, as the month goes into August, we should start to see a much more mixed herd structure, with lots more males mixing in with the females, because by now, if the females haven't mated, well, they're not going to mate. We're now quite late into the year. It's, I suppose, mid-July now, so it would be a very, very, very late lamb if the males were still mating with them now. All right, impalas, we'll leave you there. I'm 99.9% sure that we shall see more impala on this game drive. Let's hope, Morgan. Let's not hope for a repeat performance of 2 afternoons ago, where an impala was like a rarity running past us at one point. White mane. So you're asking, what is the difference between stotting and pronking? Right, so pronking is done by an animal in this area, well, in South Africa, called a springbok, and stotting is done by impalas. Now, if I use my fingers, which I know are not 4 of them, but there's 2, essentially what's going to happen when an animal pronks, so a springbok, is it's basically going to bound like this, all right, and it's going to have its back arched, and it's going to keep bounding along. Stotting is when the animal runs, it hits with its front legs, and then its back legs kick up. So it's kind of like more of a running motion with the back leg kick up. So that's the difference between stotting and pronking. Not very good with my fingers, but you get the idea. That pronking is, like I say, a rounded back that just kind of has these little jumps as they go along. And often you'll find with pronking, it's quite a big thing that springbok use to display to females, as well as predators. Whereas here you don't see the males stotting that much for females. They'll stot when it's something like a wild dog chasing them. Then you see a lot of stotting from impalas. It's just to try and show that they're fit, healthy individuals and that they shouldn't be chased. So that is the difference between pronking and stotting. I think I prefer pronking though, if I'm honest. I like the way that springbok pronk. It's like these little, it's like they've got little coils attached to their hooves, and as they go, it's like ding, ding. Very, very cool. And they turn up their white tails as well. Although it is joyous to watch young impalas stotting in the early morning in summer, when they've all been, those little lambs have been born and they're kind of 6 to 8 weeks old, and they get the crazies when the rain has fallen during the night, and they then start to kind of move around. All right, let's go see if we can find any tracks for little Tlalamba and see what she's been up to during the day. Alrighty, so where we kind of want to check, there's lots of buffalo tracks on top of my tracks from this morning. Now I did see buffalo here this morning, so it's not unexpected, except they were going out into this block, not coming down the road, and it seems like they're walking down the road at the moment. I don't know if maybe the herd has changed direction. No, they've cut off into the block here by the looks of it. I wonder if maybe, no, there's still a few on the road. I wonder if maybe, just maybe, they're not going to be heading down towards Treehouse Dam for a drink. It's the nearest water point for us, where we are now. So, very, very possible they will head that way. We'll cut straight through on the right here. So I had buffalo yesterday, but I would expect them to be lying up at the moment. It's quite hot this afternoon, so they should be somewhere in the shade. I don't think they would have gone too far. Problem is that this block on my right is large. It's not a small block, and it will take some time for the buffalo to move through it. And also it has a lot of shady spots, so they could easily have a little nap in there. Maybe revisit that a little bit later if we don't have any luck with Tlalamba. So I think what we're going to do is just keep going down this road to see whether or not we find any signs. If she did come out, she should come out in this general direction. Well, we're still just slowly meandering southwards. No sign of Tlalamba coming out yet. Wasn't in this block, so he did come out. This is the kind of, I mean, I would expect her to use, but we know with Tlalamba nothing can be expected. Unfortunately, she's a busybody, so she likes to move a lot. And her routes at the moment are not very defined. There's certain like checkpoints that she hits, but she's not defined in her exact pathways that she's using. So she's got certain little sections that she likes to check and kind of go to, and certain landmarks like this tree, for example. I was talking about this yesterday. So she likes to kind of hit this and scent mark, but the route from here can be either a little bit to the west, it can be to the south, it can be to the east, it can be to the north. It doesn't really, it's not cyclic like a lot of the other leopards in this area. You know, when you had Tundi, they had very defined pathways that they liked to utilize, and she just doesn't seem like she has that same way of doing things. She never really has, to be honest. She's always been quite an interesting cat from a point of view that she likes to turn and move and turn and move, and she doesn't really stick to a formula. She keeps it interesting, which from a viewing point of view is tricky because it makes it hard to find her, but from a survival point of view it's probably a pretty good technique, because one is she's marking heavily all over the place and is laying down a very good chemical scent throughout this area. But the second thing is that, you know, when she has cubs and stuff like that, I know she lost her first one, and that was through, unfortunately, a little bit of inexperience and a bit of a mistake on her part. You know, when she took that carcass down towards the den, I suspect that's where the trouble hit the fan. But if she uses that technique when she's got cubs, it's going to make it very difficult for hyenas and things like that to follow her. If she constantly uses different routes back to the den, if she's marking in different places, you'll find that the really clever leopards out here, the ones that are quite successful, also start to learn that using roads is not the right way. So what you'll find is, and I saw this a lot with Salahesh, and Tundi does it too, is that when they're going to the den, instead of walking straight down the road and scent marking on the road, what they do is they walk parallel with it. And then when they have to cross a road, they just go dead straight across it. So they don't actually walk on the road itself. And it's much harder for hyenas and lions to get onto the scent trail and actually follow it nicely. They lose it a lot quicker when it just cuts the road straight away, rather than kind of being nicely in the middle of the road. So it's a very, very, very clever technique for female leopards to use. And so if she can start utilizing that and stop taking kills to the den, I think she'll do fine. 50, I mean, probably one of. I think Osana maybe actually takes the cake. After tracking him recently for the better part of 3.5 days, that cat just does not stop. He is everywhere all the time until I suppose he has food. But when we tracked him, he just walked all day long, non-stop. But yeah, she is busy. She's a very, very interesting female in that regard. You know, a lot of the females tend to be fairly easy to find, like Sabui and Tiani and Shadulu to a degree are easy to find, but Tlalamba, on the other hand, is not so. Sorry, my map gets so dusty from driving around. But I wanted just to show you guys, because I mean, I've done this before with Tlalamba, but it's interesting just to give you an idea of just how big her territory actually is. So essentially, I'll start with other females first. If we take Thandi, for example, Thandi at the moment is basically utilizing, if we take this Leadwood Road that comes down at the bottom here, and we come up like this, she comes up, she comes around to Pipe Road, we see her kind of using this a little bit, and then she comes down in towards Chitwa Dam, and a little bit, no, wind, stop it, into Little Gari and then back up. So it's like this little section here, right? So quite small. In Sele at the moment, she uses like this, so it's like Big Dam, Sussens Dam, Lily Pond. She doesn't really head past Nyala Dam, and very seldom will she come down to Nsinga. So it's like a little sort of circle there. Kara, for example, she's just using this. So it's like a small little circle, and I know she's not hugely territorial yet, but that's her little area. And then obviously Shadulu's got this section kind of here, so Simbambili, Arethusa, a little bit into Hoffman's, and then into Djuma right on this western side and across. Tlalamba, though, at the moment, her extreme points of being seen are up here at Hardekor. All right, she gets seen here at Second Rock. We know of her at Chitwa, we know of her in Little Gari, we know of her in Hoffman's, and we know of her all the way up here at this Balanites junction, which is the tree I just pointed out now. So if we do a circle, she's basically doing all of this, round like this, round through here, all the way down into Little Gari, back round to there. So she has this, basically my whole hand on the map is Tlalamba's area, which is absolutely ridiculous. It's a massive territory that she's got. And it means that she has to move a lot in order to cover this whole area. If she needs to scent mark and stop in Sele, Kara, Monzo, Watika, Inkanyeni, Kuchava, Thandi, Sabui, Shadulu, you know, all of these leopards coming in, she's got to constantly move and do it. And that's probably why she's so active at the moment. I think what we're going to find is once she's got cubs, she's going to become a lot more centralized to an area wherever that male is that she's had the cubs with. That will be her central point, and we'll see that will just slightly change a little bit, and maybe some other females will fill in, which will be good. But she's got a nice territory size now, and she certainly is busy enough to maintain that territory, which is really, really good. All right, we're going to carry on. It sounds like Steve has joined us this afternoon, so let's send you across to him to say hello.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Prylands. Welcome to the Bushwalk team. Well, thanks for that. Hello, everybody. My name is Steve, joined by Paul on camera, and we are out and about. And it is very windy. So when it's windy like this, it's not always the safest of conditions to be walking in. So we're going to be just doing a little meander around this rocky outcrop here and trying to show you some tracks and signs in the wild. And now, right over here by my foot, there is a track of an animal, an organism. It goes all the way over here, Now what I'm doing is I'm going to be highlighting all sorts of tracks and signs also are indications of an animal's presence in the form of poo or scratching or scraping or rubbing or whatever. Now this little thing here is a line of something through the sand. Now I wonder if any of you know what it is. The reason I'm going to be doing all these introductions to these things is because tomorrow morning or Friday morning I might do a field observation with all of you, where you all get the opportunity to be tested on your knowledge of what you've learned. Don't worry, there's no major prize at the end. You get a bravo from me, or a brava, depending if you are male or female, it all depends, and you get to check yourself. But if you don't know the answers, that's okay. We learn as we go, and I've done a few of these in the past, but it's been quite a while since I've done a field observation for everybody. So who can tell me what this is over here? And while we're waiting for the answers to come through, this is the mark of an animal that's also done something over here. Come and have a look. Now, if you've never seen one of these before, this is quite an interesting little trap. This little conical pit over here is made by the same organism that did that dragging in the sand. It is the larval stage of an organism, larval stage of something that has buried itself in the ground here, and we refer to as one of the little five. Now this conical pit over here is designed for when small organisms walk along. They'll walk towards the pit and they'll fall in, and the organism that's inside is buried right in the bottom, then spits sand up, preventing that ant or insect from escaping, and then it clutches it into its jaws and eats it entirely, ingesting it into its entire body. And such an interesting fact about this organism living in the ground, some of them can live up to 7 years in the ground. Veronica, this is not a shongololo. Apologies for laughing, but a shongololo, for those of you who don't know what a shongololo is, Veronica has said a shongololo, which in normal English is actually called a millipede. Now, a shongololo makes a railway line mark in the sand. Perfect little parallel line, where this fellow has made this, and yes, he's going in a relatively straight line, but it's still moving along. It's actually a larval organism, which means it is an insect that will eventually become something else, and they can live in the ground for up to 7 years. And while we wait, if any of you guessed it right, it is indeed the dragging of an ant lion larvae. Now the larvae lives in the ground, and it eventually becomes a lacewing. And the lacewing comes out and flies around at night. The adults, some of them only live for a few days. They lay eggs and then they disappear. Tyler, you got it right. So they lay eggs all over the place, in the sand, in the bark, wherever it might be. But I think one of the most interesting facts about the antlion larvae living in the hole here is that during that whole period that it sits in the ground, waiting and growing, it eats everything, absorbs everything, it doesn't have a single poo. I don't know how anybody knows that. How does someone know that that thing didn't have a poo? Isn't it a natural sort of process? Simple? Anyway, someone must have had one and weighed it and just noticed that it was picking up exactly the weight of everything it ate. Anyway, some researchers will go above and beyond it to come up with all the answers. But that is an antlion. Conical trap, one of the small five. If you've never heard of the small five: antlion, rhino beetle, buffalo weaver, elephant shrew, and leopard tortoise. Yes, we've got them all here. I'm sure we can find you one or two. Okay, well, let's see what else we can find along this little track over here. Tracks of signs of animals in the bush.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
Hi, I'm Nikki, your guide here at andBeyond in Ngala. So my favorite animal in the African bush definitely has to be the zebra, because like people, with our fingerprints, every single zebra has a different stripe pattern. And of course, a group of zebras together is called the dazzle. How unique is that? Come and join me or one of my colleagues here in Ngala for a sunrise and sunset safari on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene, rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Sorry about that, everybody. Welcome back to Pride and Zoe. To apologize about any technical issues. Looks like it might be an insect kind of day today. Now, if you look closely, you'll be able to see what's going on here. What's going on? Paul, can you tell? Well, you can see that there's a hole in the ground, and there's some stones and lots of soil. It's all been packed very neatly around, and there's little bits of things, little bits of grass seed and stuff. Let's see if we can see if anything comes out. Now, one of the practices that managers have in these reserves, especially with ecotourism and for road maintenance, is to drag the roads. That keeps them nice and clean. Softens them slightly. It makes it a bit easier for tracking. And this road's clearly been graded, well, not graded, but dragged this morning. So I'm not sure what amount of tracks we're going to find walking on it. But this is a nice sign in the bush of something going on. Hopefully we'll see a little fellow pop out in a moment. I think maybe he's being quite shy. I saw somebody as we arrived. What is that? Is that a little bit of an insect part over there? A little bit of insect carapace. So the road would have been dragged and a bit of dirt would have crumbled down, and this is a constant process that many ants will go through. And they're sort of excavating the hole down underneath, bringing it all up, any waste material. It's kind of like their rubbish pile, kind of like the junk pile, you know, like a midden, sort of. When you've eaten a lot of shellfish, you'd throw it and leave it there. This is the ants' pile from where they've been cleaning out underneath. Especially after rain, you see a lot of this sort of activity as the rain washes in and fills the hole quite nicely. Now, what ant species it is, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you at all. But you see the color of the soil. It's very, very good. Very good compared to that. The coloration, you see the color. Ants are excavating quite deep into the soil, but it also shows that the topsoil layer is not the same as underneath. Gavin, I don't know if ants are the most abundant insects, but they definitely are up there. I've heard some really crazy numbers of how many kilograms of ants or something there are to animals in the world, and it's large. A lot of zeros on there, but they're everywhere. Ants are everywhere, and they're working all the time. They're constantly moving and going about their business, and they do so very selflessly, which is something that I think us humans can learn a lot about. Selfless service for the betterment of the good. Imagine if everyone just got up every day and did what they needed to do just because they had to, or because they could. Wouldn't that be a wonderful way of living? Okay, well, about the ant. What is it we found here? Okay, so here's a stick on the floor. So this stick here we found on the floor, but Heather wants to know if insects leave the area. Heather, not many insects move too far. There are migrating species, some butterflies that can move around, but most insects, this will be their home, their life forever. They don't really have the longest lifespan, so some of them don't move anywhere. There might be very local migrations of insects, but ants, as far as I know, don't go very far at all. They'll stay here. Termites might come out and just land a little bit further away. They might go a little bit further, but not very far at all. Okay, so I wonder if anybody knows what's happened to this stick. This stick was found on the floor. It might just look like a normal old stick, but something has gone and broken it off over there. It wasn't me. And taken the bark off. You can clearly see that it just took the bark off up to here, and this bark has been left. See, that's the bark it was looking for. And on closer inspection, it's been crunched. This stick has actually been crunched. Now, how on earth did something crunch this stick? And Paul, are you any idea what happened? No? Grace, age 13, knows all my tricks, don't you, Grace? She got it right. Now, what this is called right here, everybody, is process or behavior known as corkscrewing, where an elephant, well done, Grace, if you got it right, anyone else, well done, breaks this off, puts it in their mouth, and turns it like a corkscrew as the molars in the mouth crunch and break the stick and take the bark off, and then it drops the stick to the earth, leaves it on the floor, like a very nice sustainable agriculture practice called cut and drop. By doing so, the nutrients and the vegetation then gets changed and covered, and then you have a nice sort of sustainable practice of nutrients being recycled back into the soil. Okay, well, it sounds like we got Tristan back. Let's send you back over to him.
Well, Treehouse Dam is not empty like it was this morning. Certainly it doesn't have a spotted cat in it, but it's got tasty, yummy treats for spotted cats, in the form of a lonely female Impala and, well, piggies and young ones to boot. So, we've got now the water bowl laid out and the food bowls. Now we just need Tlalamba to come and indulge. No, I'm joking. It's nice to see animals at the dam. The little piggies, I think, are going to have a little mud wallow and roll around. I think Mom will show the little ones how to do it. The Impala, of course, is now going to block said mud wallowing. That's better, thank you, Impala. If you drop your head down, then we can see better. But you often find this with warthogs, is they love these dams where there's a nice little bit of mud on the edge, and they have the best time rolling around in the mud. So you'll find them kind of flop onto their sides, and they'll roll onto their backs, and then roll onto the other side, and basically just covering themselves. And it's not something that they only use. Buffalo, rhinos, elephants, most of the animals that don't have a thick layer of fur enjoy mud wallowing, because it helps to cool them down quite rapidly. That cool mud on the surface of the skin helps to just bring that body temperature down. But the second thing that it does is it almost creates a sort of layer between them and the sun, and it entraps or encapsulates. Is that little warthog chasing the Impala? It encapsulates any parasites that they can then later rub off and get their skin into good condition, as well as exfoliate the skin and get rid of anything that potentially... Blacksmith lapwing, leave the three-banded plover alone. There's a blacksmith lapwing that's chasing this poor three-banded plover all over the dam. Chase, you're asking, can warthogs swim? So, Chase, I've never seen a warthog swimming, and the reason why I've never seen a warthog swimming probably is due to the fact that warthogs are absolutely petrified of any deep water out here in the African wilderness, and because that's where crocodiles live. And you can imagine a little pork sausage of that size is a perfect snack for a serious-sized crocodile. And so Crocky McCroc is dangerous to warthogs, and so they prefer just to be on the edge of the water. They even prefer to run past water when being chased by ferocious beasts with fangs and claws into termite mounds and holes in the ground, rather than to actually try and go into water itself. So I would imagine that they would be able to somewhat tread water, but I don't think they'd swim very well. They don't really have a good foot structure for it. Most antelope species that are around water either end up having splayed hooves or are big enough and bulky enough to run through water, so they kind of bound through the water. They don't actually swim that much. You do get the odd ones that will kind of tread a little bit and cross a little deep section, but they prefer not to do it, like I say, because of crocodiles. The elephants and cats and the likes, they have nice big broad feet, so it's much easier to push water with that than a small little hoof that comes down at the end of the leg. I'm worried about this female impala. I wonder why she's on her own. Very strange to have one by itself. Alison, you say you love warthog tails. I think everyone loves the warthog tail, particularly when warthogs are running. I think that's when everybody really enjoys them, when you see that tail flare up into the sky and off they go trotting with this little tail like a little flag attached to their buttocks. And of course that's vitally important for them, because they need that tail in order to communicate with one another. And warthog's having a great time in that mud. Must admit, it looks fairly good considering the heat this afternoon. It seems like a legitimate thing to be doing. But yeah, that little follow me signal is important for little warthogs to see their mom, to be able to follow or to see where their mom runs and to avoid danger and get away from potential threats. It's interesting composition, this, because there's definitely two smaller ones and there's two warthogs of very similar size. So sometimes you'll find females will join together, especially outside of breeding period. They come together, but it's interesting because there's only the two little ones. The warthog that we used to see here had 4 little ones initially, and then it was down to 3 for a very long time, and they actually got quite relaxed, which you can see. I mean, they're not running away from us, which is quite unusual for this part of the world. Most of our warthogs are absolutely petrified of cars, and it's generally because we follow leopards around, and leopards like to eat them, and so they've more than likely had a bad experience at some point of a leopard trying to come at them. So most warthogs are not huge fans of the vehicles, but this particular group is, I remember when they were little, I used to stop every day when they were little to see them, and try and kind of just spend even 2 minutes with them, and they'd let them run off and wouldn't worry about me having to chase them or anything like that. And I think that's kind of paying off a little bit now, especially with the young ones. Have they found a little bit of mud in that hole there? Looks like it. Looks like the two are fighting as well. That's a cool warthog segment. Nice. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've seen warthogs for long enough that they even start jostling with one another and rolling in mud and just kind of generally doing what warthogs do. Look at these two on the right. They're having a whale of a time. It's interesting. The squirrel that's just started alarm calling, and you see how both the warthogs stopped playing, and then the other ones that were mud wallowing have just stopped to listen for a little bit. It doesn't sound like the squirrel is alarm calling too heavily, but there was definitely a moment where they just checked to make sure there wasn't something coming down. The Impala as well has become very alert. We often talk about alarm calls, but this is the reason for alarm calls is to tell others that predators are in the area. And what you'll find is when impalas are in big groups together, they aren't as perturbed by a squirrel alarm calling. Like, they'll listen to them, but it won't be a major thing. But an impala on its own like this needs to be very, very careful, and so you find that they are quite aware of what's going on around them. The squirrel's already stopped. Kylie, you asked me if there are any herbivores that can climb trees. So, generally, the answer to this question is a tricky one, because no is really kind of like, if we're talking about trees, is that leopards climb? No. Except that I have seen a klipspringer, which is a small antelope, some of you will know it, some of you won't, climb a tree before. Only because, though, this particular tree was on a bank, and the bank allows it to approach the tree and get into the tree in a kind of weird angle that actually looks like it's higher than it is. So it's able to climb it just due to a bank that's nearby. But it's amazing, because hopefully I'll post the photo at some point, but there's this klipspringer in the fork of a tree, which is pretty crazy. But they're really the only ones that have suitable kind of hoof structures to grip enough to climb up trees. I've never seen any other antelope in South Africa particularly, or in this ecosystem, climbing trees willingly. The only ones that we see climbing trees are generally with their tongue out and being taken up there by a spotted cat. Unfortunately, the rest of them don't have the tools necessary to climb. Alright, well, our warthogs have left, our impalas left, so we're going to probably leave too. Just go and check and do a loop around for any sign of Tlalamba's tracks.
Welcome back, everybody, to a warm, dry and windy Djuma, where friends have sent photos from the Southern Cape. There is snow down there, which means we're in for a very cold couple of days from probably tomorrow and the next day.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Team Wendy. We are out and about, and we've just stopped to admire the huge jackalberry, and we can actually hear alarm calls. There's a predator here. My name is Lauren, and I do have Davy on camera, and we're just going to sit and listen. We didn't hear the alarm calls before we stopped the car. Definitely a predator here. It's a little bit tricky when it's windy to actually hear the alarm calls and figure out where they're coming from. Yeah, let's reverse off. I think that's what we're going to do. Actually, I need to go up in order to reverse. Do a bit of a U-turn. The one thing about monkeys and baboons, when they alarm call, it's generally a predator that you want to see. Whereas squirrels, this can be quite unpredictable because they do alarm call for snakes and aerial predators. So you can hear it, but it's not always exactly what you're looking for. Whereas with the primates, it is. Going to drive really slowly through this drainage. This is the drainage that I took off the car door when I was following to Ngala. I would really appreciate seeing a spotted kitty today, or a hyena. He's asked me to just reverse. It's either going to be a log or a leopard.
That's a log.
It's a log. Great. You gotta love those logs. Ronnie, yes, long ago. You have obviously not been following. Yes, they separated. They had them have their one last fight the next again morning. And they separated then. The kill was gone completely. I assume it was dropped and hyenas got to it. And they separated them. We followed Tlalamba that day all the way down Gowrie Main, stomping away like a little unhappy princess. But yes, they separated long ago. It was just over the kill, so if the kill's not there anymore, they wouldn't sort of spend any time together. There's definitely something in here. Whether we're going to be able to get to see it is another question. Okay, I'm going to keep scratching around this area. See if we can find who is causing the alarm calls. And for now, over to Steve.
Thanks, Lauren. Well, welcome back to Providence, everyone. Well, we've stopped at a beautiful tree, a nice big knob thorn that has got a few injuries, which we'll explain in a moment. But first of all, the poor guy. Or lady just needs a little cuddle. Have any of you hugged a tree today? Yesterday? Lately? Think about its roots going deep down into the earth. Think about the roots bringing up the nutrients from the soil. The connection it has with the earth, with the ground, how it stood here for many, many years in one place. Imagine standing in one place for more than a day, let alone for years on years and years. Can you imagine the stories you would be able to tell of the passage of things? And when you look up into its branches, imagine how many animals have climbed, how many birds have sat, how much of a dance it has had with the wind over the time it has stood here in its place, rooted to the ground, providing and doing its exact function. what is its function? Sometimes we might feel lost for our function in life, and well, our function is to survive, isn't it? And to thrive while surviving. And well, this tree is still alive, although it's had quite a bit of damage. Now, if you're watching the show this morning, I've talked about how porcupines have the ability to gnaw and dig and scratch at the bottom of a tree. And it's possible that a porcupine damaged this tree initially when it was a bit younger. Maybe a little bit of a scratch at the bottom, ate the bark, and then it's exposed quite a large piece. It's possible that it was more than a porcupine that did this, but porcupine are known to dig quite low down on the tree and eat into the bark. And that's led to a large part of this bark being removed, and it's led to a huge portion of the tree dying. But if you look inside here, you'll see how the bark is thick, and it's tried to cover up, and it's really tried very hard to remove the damage, or to sort of cover off or sever the limb that has been damaged, and to sort of prevent it from dehydrating, prevent the attack of insects, as there's been attack here. All of these little holes here are from beetles and wood-boring insects that have managed to get into the tree, and then possibly woodpeckers have come along and dug them out. But the life cycle of those organisms is all part and parcel of the tree's existence, and the tree is still standing, although it may be a little bit damaged inside, and potentially with a very, very big gust of wind, it might succumb. But what the bark is also important for, protecting this against dehydration, which is what it's done, is sort of cut off that area to prevent the dehydration. But what a big part might happen is if a fire does come along, gets into this wood, I'm afraid the tree is probably going to be done for. A tree like this, a little bit of damage low down, it's healed, it's protecting itself, it's still alive, but over a period of time, that injury might eventually lead to its downfall. So it's not only elephants who make structural changes in the landscape, which we'll deal and tackle more this afternoon as well. Small animals like porcupine, buffalo, when they thrash their horns against the trunk of a tree. Impala do the same thing as Ngala and kudu as well. Do we give them, when Impala do it, do we look at them and say, you bad animals damaging the tree? They're just doing what it is they do to survive and thrive. And well, we'll keep moving on, finding you wonderful things about trees and the like along the way, while we send you back over to Tristan.
Well, while Steve looks for wonderful things, we have been also looking for wonderful things, and we have found not very much. We found a red-crested koran, but it was not in any way, shape or form nice to us. It ran off into the bush. Very rude. So now we're just bumbling along. This is kind of where I expected Tlalamba to come out if she was on the same path that she was walking. But, shame little Impala, you're still trying to find the others. They went that way. Yeah, you just cross the road into the block, you'll find them. I saw them going that way. So hopefully she'll catch up, because that's prime bait target for a leopard. Is a single Impala ewe on her own. Not much hope for that, I'm afraid. But it doesn't look like any trucks have gone down to Treehouse Dam, so I expect her to... Maybe she lay up. Maybe that's what happened, is she found a little spot and lay down, or maybe she made a kill in the block. It's possible. So I'm just driving very slowly at the moment, in case I pick up any sign, because where I left her is dead straight here. Like I say, leaving her, well, where she left me is dead straight here. Wait, what's this? Fern, who's 12 years old. Fern, that was just Impala tracks that I was looking at, don't worry. Are there all more female leopards or male leopards in Djuma? At the moment in Djuma itself, so if we just take Djuma, not Buffelshoek, Torchwood, Chitwa, just Djuma, more male leopards currently. If we take the whole Traverse area, it'll be pretty even, I would imagine. Maybe slightly more males. Alright, but let's quickly send you across to Lauren. Seems like she's got something exciting.
We've got the leopard. I'm convinced it's Tlalamba. It's a female, I think. Just let me get round here. he or she, but I'm pretty sure it's Tlalamba, is going into the most trickiest block. Hello. I really appreciate seeing you today, girl. Is it you, Miss Tlalamba? So whether we can keep up with her, I am not entirely sure. But we're going to try, aren't we, Dove? It's winter. After all, alarm calls, boom, back and forth on the road. You're going to get lucky. She's running. Oh, dear. I think she is hungry. This block is doable. It's just hairy. But it is doable. It's a block just north of the dam. That block sort of just off of Vubu Road. Some of you will know this block very, very well. And it ain't easy. I think it's Tlalamba. I've not seen her face yet. Let's keep up, Dove. She gave Tristan the slip this morning. It would not surprise me if she did the same to us. I'm going to reverse. I'm also ever cautious of moving through the block. If you can, if you've not got a visual, don't move the car. Oh dear, this is not going to be easy, everyone. We're not going to get over this drainage, are we? Or we can try, but it's not a guaranteed. And let's go back to the road. Princess T, can you go easy on us? We would like to spend some time with you. This is a drainage. There she is. This is a drainage I used to have Tlalamba, Hosanna all the time. He loved it here. Okay, everyone. We are going to do our very best to try and keep up with our very busy princess.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngama Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I'm thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the live safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
She's gone into the drainage just as we suspected she would. She hung around for a little while. She was sniffing that log. I wonder if we can go up and we'll get a few. Yeah, Darby's doing his old tom-tomming again. Okay, let's try this. This is actually a two-track, a well-known two-track that we have traveled many times after our cats. She should be on the other side, but knowing Tlalamba, my goodness, she could also not be on the other side. If it was Tingana, you can guarantee you can follow him. But Miss Tlalamba and Miss Tandy is a whole other ball game. You got her. Oh, well, oh, she's still on the other side. She didn't even cross. Okay, at least we know where she is. I can still see you, Miss Tlalamba. You are not escaping us that easily. I just want to see what direction she goes in before we start doing our 27-point turn. What do you think, Develop round? Carrie, she's not slip-tished just yet. And it's definitely the Tlalamba slip. She learned it from Tandy, but she got her own sass, that's for sure. But she hasn't slip-tished just yet. We can still see her. She's possibly planning on it, though. The slip doesn't count until you completely lose them. Tavi, I can't remember which way I came in here. Let's see if she really has given us a slip or not. I'm hoping not.
Service station is out and we copy the number.
I'm really extra cautious when driving. She could just be here. She was literally right here. Mate. Need to focus a little bit on re-finding our cat. It's best just to stay quiet sometimes and see if you can hear the birds or the squirrels giving her game away. Carrie, you've jinxed us. Maybe we now have been given the slip. going to turn off the engine and look at the ground, see if I can see our tracks crossing. Within a split second, she has vanished. I hear the elephants. I hear wind. Okay, we're going to try our very best to find Miss Tlalamba, but for now, over to Steve.
Well, thanks, Lauren. Welcome back, and welcome to a devastated tree that seems to have been completely smashed in half. Lightning? No, not lightning. This was the behavior of an elephant. Now, elephants are called ecosystem engineers for a reason, everybody. Now, this is what they do. They change the landscape, they change the structure. This tree has been completely smashed in half for the bark. The elephants are looking for this, for the nutrients, for the lovely minerals and vitamins that they're obviously finding from here. And at the same time, we all think, they've destroyed it, the tree's dead. But what it's done is open up this entire area here to insect attack, which is going to happen, undoubtedly. Sorry, Mr. Knobthorn. But what's also happened is it's changed the shape and structure of where the tree is standing. That whole area over there before that was exposed is now completely covered by a tree where there's going to be vegetation growing. So a whole new microclimate. And on the other side, the same story. Okay, so we follow the tree along and we think poor tree is dead. The leaves are still abundantly growing on the tree, and as we come over here, we see a very beautiful sight. The knobthorn is in flower. Isn't that pretty? Now, it wouldn't be flowering if it was dead. The leaves might have held on, but the tree's physically pushing out the flower. And that flower itself, as well as these little buds that will eventually form flowers or fruits, will be eaten by a number of the birds that we have around here. Baboons, monkeys will be climbing the tree to feed on that. Giraffe, we know, feed on this pollen-rich flower. And so there's a life happening right here on a tree that has been changed. And it might also give animals like a kuru the potential to eat that, or even an impala if it really stands on its back toes to reach that. So what the elephant also does is it drops the tree down to a height that then facilitates other animals like duiker and steenbok to be able to utilize that tree as well. And as we can see, the tree's not dead, and this whole structure that you can see underneath is going to benefit from the cover that this tree is now providing. So that whole grassy area underneath is going to become a thicket, and can you even imagine the number of insects, birds, and small mammals that might be able to breed in there? But while I try to get myself untangled from my hook, send you over to Tristan, who's got something as well on his side.
Indeed we do. We have something that, well, uses tree for safety. Unfortunately, it's lost all its coloration now. It was vibrant with a bright blue head at one point, but it's amazing how that flush is just completely muted out as this lizard seeks to try and kind of fit in with the bark as much as possible. So it's known as a tree agama. This would be a male that we've got here. Excuse me, everybody, I do apologize. But it was flushed probably. They often do that when they're displaying, so if there's a female around, they can do that. And then when we've arrived, due to the fact that we aren't really something that they want to be around, they'll often then change coloration back to a much more muted tone in order to camouflage a lot better. It's not easy to see them when they're in these muted colors. The females are very tricky to see. They have a much more gray appearance, and so they melt onto the bark a lot better than the males do. But it's amazing when they do flare up in color. It's quite quick with them. It's within a couple minutes they can go from this to an electric blue head, and then this kind of like lime green stripe that comes down the back, or yellowy green should I say, down into a more camouflaged tail. And as the name suggests, trees are really its life. They will come down and cross from one tree to another on the ground, but they spend most of their time on the trees themselves, where they'll be able to do what this one's doing, which is sun itself. So it's found itself a nice little sunny spot on this jackalberry, and it's able to just sit there and absorb some warmth and get its body moving. Remember that at night, for these guys being cold-blooded, it's been tough times. It gets cold at night and it makes it hard for them to kind of move. They're often quite sluggish in the morning, so it takes a bit of warm sun like today just to get the body activated and for them to then go and find food that they need and to be active enough to stay alive and kind of sustain themselves. I always enjoy watching these little triangamas. I think they're quite fascinating, and the ability to change colors is always an interesting concept. It's pretty unique to the reptilian world. It's most of them that are able to kind of do this kind of stuff. Alright, well, I'll probably leave our little triangama to itself and see what else we can find here at Twin Dams. As you can see, our triangama hasn't left. I'm going to maybe just move a little bit because I thought I saw a hippo in Twin Dams. I just want to quickly check there. Our triangama is, like I say, probably just going to stay in the sun because of how cool it's been at night. I don't think it's going to move too far, which it didn't. It stayed exactly. Let's see if that hippo is actually here. I definitely thought I saw one. First time. Morgan was laughing at me yesterday because I thought I saw an elephant here and there was a giraffe. Alrighty, there we go. There's a hippo. See, Morgan? I'm not blind. Not a giraffe this time. That's most. You would have been very worried if that was a giraffe. Like I say, Morgan was looking at me with these kind of bewildered look. I'm like, what do you mean? I was like, I thought I saw an elephant. He's like, no, it's a giraffe. But I definitely wasn't what I'd seen. Because I know what a giraffe looks like sometimes, but I'm sure I'd just seen a bare patch of sand towards the back, the old kind of dug out stuff from Twin Dams when the drought was around. They dug these dams out and got rid of a lot of the sediment, and I'm sure that's what that was that I could see in the background. That's what I'm claiming anyway. Whether Morgan chooses to believe that or not is probably pretty up for debate at this stage. Nice of you to be so visually spectacular, Hippo. It's a wonderful treat to see a hippo like this. So exposed and so out of the water, as you can see. Amazing. Ripples really accentuate its face, doesn't it? Ah, Murphy, you are something else. Oh, there we go. Hello, welcome. Thank you for coming back and showing yourself. I suspect that you're about to dip your head under again. See if there's nose flare up, and then you know they're going to just go straight back under. It's not actually as shy as some of the hippos. Some of the hippos, they like to stick their nose out. They don't even want to show their eyes or their ears. You see these two little nostrils sticking out of the water and then back down again. So at least we're getting some semblance of a view.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry, everyone, I'm just on the radio. She should still be here. I'm going to track around the eastern side on that 2 track.
Okay, copy thanks. Yeah. I'm right here in Woodwatch. I'd like to come and give you a hand to confirm she's still going to the club.
I'm not sure. She was static when we lost her. But I'll check this 2-track. And yeah, maybe you could try the other side. Go west on Vubu. Did you catch that, Dov? Sorry, Mike. Too much moya. I'm on the 2-track on the eastern side. I'm going to head north and scratch around here for a little bit. Let's see if we can locate our leopard. Heading north, Mike. Sorry, our radios are so broken. We get about a third of what people are saying. But I'm going to probably need to be on the radio a little bit here, Gwen, if we want to try and locate Tlalamba. It's going to be a bit of a search. But I'll keep trying. I know this 2-track. Tingana loves it, Hosanna loved it, and Tlalamba loves it. I'm going to try turning this video off. Okay, I'm going to do my very best, everyone. Not looking too hopeful, but hopefully Miss Tlalamba is still around.
Welcome back, everyone. We have found some poo, and it's not always easy to identify different types of animal droppings, especially these type of pelleted types of droppings, which we found here. Now, first of all, this one is in a pile on its own. There's no other real pile anywhere nearby. There's a pathway, so just probably happened to be walking along the road, dropped it. Now the size, got a very nice ruler here. It's about 12, 13 millimeters long, and about 7 wide. Now, looking in a little scatterlog book that I have, there seems to be a bit of confusion in the numbers in there between the width and the length, so it hasn't been very helpful. But this is the kind of size you'd expect of an impala. But the fact that there's no others around makes you think, why is there no midden? Impalas don't normally just defecate, but it also might have just been walking and, had a movement. But you can see the size difference between this fellow and this fellow. And this is most likely a kudu here. This one, giraffe, is far bigger, and eland is very similar to kudu, but we don't find eland here. Giraffe is much bigger, twice as big. So these pellets are very characteristic of ruminants. So ruminants, Lincoln wants to know why they're in pellets. Well, Lincoln, once this gets into the digestive system of the animal and then goes into the intestine, and the intestine sort of pushes through the motion of the intestine, pushes the food down, and it pinches them off in these little pellet-like motions as it squeezes it. Like if you think about your toothpaste, each squeeze of toothpaste, out comes a chunk of toothpaste. That's kind of what the intestine is doing in the animal's gut. It's sort of squeezing tugging and squeezing, and each pellet is moving along further and further along. And as it's moving, the intestines themselves are dragging and pulling out even more nutrients and even more moisture, till eventually these pellets get very, very soft, or should I say very uniform in shape and size, and pretty much most of what the animal needs out of them has been absorbed. And then obviously each size is dependent on the animal's gut system. So this one, thinking an impala, has got a smaller intestine than a kudu, and giraffe has got an even larger one, so you'd see it like that. So they come out in these pellets, and if we break it open, you'll see inside, perfectly broken down. That is what the ruminant does. It breaks things down by chewing and chewing and chewing, and getting the most maximum benefit out of the vegetation. Now, if I just take this old elephant dung next to me over here, can you see the contrast? Here you can see the entire plant particles still in the elephant dung, whereas in this kudu dung, there might be a bit of a leaf every now and again, but what the kudu's done is it's regurgitated, chewed, and regurgitated, chopped up those particles very finely, and then in the second chamber of the stomach, there's a huge amount of breakdown and absorption that happens once the bacteria and microorganisms have worked their magic on the plant part. And then most of what goes through is reabsorbed. So a lot of this that comes out has been well flogged of nutrients, whereas with elephant dung, you can see that there's still enormous amount of vegetation in its entirety. So it hasn't been chopped up. They've got a very low digestive ability, but the ruminants in the form of kudu really struggle when the quality of the vegetation decreases. Elephants, rhino, and horses and zebras and the like, they do very well when the quality drops. Well, they don't do very well, but they do better than the ruminants because they can get twice as much food in half the time. So they don't need to have high quality. They're just feeding, and their digestive system is managing to get enough nutrients to keep them going, whereas the kudu is chewing and chewing and chewing, and it's just getting nothing back. All that hard work, spending twice the time of digestion, and they don't do very well. That's why kudu, by the time the end of winter comes, are normally looking very skinny and poor. Okay, we're going to carry on this way. Let's go see if Lauren has managed to catch up with the Princess Tlalamba.
So far, I'm afraid. I do not know where Miss Tlalamba went. She's on a mission. Woman on a mission. In this block. It's a nightmare. We've had some fantastic sightings in it though, that's for sure. But it's really difficult to follow a cat. There are lots of fallen over trees and stumps and holes. But we'll do a few loops. She's definitely not stopping anytime soon. I hope if you are watching the dam cam, you're not focused on a squirrel and you're keeping your eye out for Miss Tlalamba. There's a possibility she might have crossed over and she's coming to drink. So dam cammers, keep your eagle eyes on that dam cam. That's exactly where we are. We're just on the northern side of the dam. Okay everyone, I'm in full concentration mode. I'm going to do my best to work the area, and you never know, I might get lucky.
Hello Hello, my name is Marnie Kell from the Greater Toronto Area of Ontario, Canada. I am most excited to meet some of the guides that I feel I already know. And I'm going to very much enjoy riding along with them to see what they see most days while they're broadcasting these safaris to us, while also staying at the beautiful Simbambili Lodge. WildEarth has brought so much to my life, and I am thrilled and grateful to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine, and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
No luck so far. But we are going to do a really wide circle, and then if we don't get lucky, we'll go look for the elephants. There's definitely elephants in there, we can hear them. But I didn't hear any trumpeting, as if they've seen a leopard. Oh, hello guys. See, I trumpeted and they came. Magic. Have you seen a leopard called Tlalamba by any chance, guys? I'm sure you wouldn't be happy even if you did. I'm just gonna stop here, Dove. Ellie bum. Dovey loves an Ellie bum, don't you? The elephants have been treating us to the most wonderful sightings lately. Really, really wonderful. It's not always like this in winter. I think we can get a little bit closer now. There's some here as well. Well, there's many here. Jackie, I mean, a leopard's not really a threat to an elephant, but they won't like it. They won't tolerate it. They will trumpet. They'll make lots of noise. The adults may even sort of go very, very close to the calves. It's highly unlikely that a leopard would risk that. Lions, absolutely. Leopards, not so much, unless there was a very small injured calf on its own somewhere. So they won't tolerate it, they won't like it, the smell of a cat, the smell of a predator. They'll be extremely noisy about it. but they won't essentially do anything. They'll probably just gather around the young and trumpet. Something like that. Maybe get a little bit closer, Dobby. What do you think? There's actually quite a few of them around the corner. Just here. It's always best to take it easy when approaching elephants. The bush is still quite thick in some sense. Oh, there's a small one, and you don't want to round that corner too fast. And this also means that Dobby and I can be in the shade. Are you in the shade now? It appears I am not the only one who has found some ellies today. Tristan has as well.
Indeed, we have a beautiful herd that's come down to Chitwa Dam. It's that kind of weather where the ellies will be at the waterholes. It's been hot, and this is a really nice sized herd. I haven't counted yet how many there are, but a fair few of them. And it's one of the best spots, kind of, if you think about it, from an afternoon sort of period, is that you've got these elephants that come down to this big, massive dam in front of the camp. It's why Chitwa can be so nice in the winter months from a game viewing point of view of being in camp during the day. There's constantly things rolling through here from, all the antelope species. We know a lot of leopard activity here as well. Interesting, the one thing that never spends a lot of time here is lions, which I always find fascinating. I would have expected lions to be far more inclined to be, at Chitwa and to kind of spend time here. Oh, that's very cool. You see the babies are eating the mother's dung. So you don't see it that often, but the babies are eating one of the mother's dung. It's a part of how they get important bacteria into their stomach. It's pretty common in baby elephants. I wonder if those two are twins. Be interesting to know. They're very similar size. Both of them are eating the dung of the mother. Isn't that cool? It's not a behavioral aspect that we see often in elephants. We generally miss it because of the way that we just don't spend enough time, I suppose, with little babies. But that's very, very cool to see. I mean, it's not nice if you're an elephant to have to eat your own, your mother's poop, but at the end of the day, it helps with getting the stomach in order and for them to be able to process and utilize what they need in order to survive, which is pretty cool. What's also quite interesting is how the herd is just milling about. No one's actually drinking that much. There's a few that have had a bit of a drink, but in general they're all just kind of having a bit of a rest. It's almost like they're falling asleep at the waterhole, which is strange. The elephants generally drink and turn and go back into the bush. I don't know if maybe the sun is just nice and warm with a bit of a breeze and they're just waiting for the whole herd to finish up, or if there's a reason that they stop like this. It's weird. Vicky, how do they know to eat it? You probably find they kind of guided by their mothers to do so. A lot of what baby elephants do is learned behavior, so from utilizing the trunk and those kind of things. So when they're small, you'll probably find the mom picks it up and kind of puts it towards the mouth, and the baby starts to learn that's what they need to do. So it would be more learned behavior than I think instinctual in many respects. It does look like these two might be twins, you know that. Be interesting if they try suckle from the same mom, then we know for sure. They're kind of jostling towards the same individual. There's a slight size difference though. One is slightly smaller. Now twins are not impossible, they're just uncommon. We don't see it very regularly at all. We have seen twins at Djuma before. The last time I saw them was in 2019. think it's around October, November, somewhere there. Could be these two. They were very little at that point, and we know that they were twins because they were suckling from the same mom. But look at this, one elephant has decided to move, and look how the herd is now starting to wake up a little bit. Everybody's starting to kind of jostle again. Super interesting. This is what always amazes me with elephants, is that, you know, you get to the point where you... Oh, look at that little baby underneath the other one's trunk. That's cute. You spend enough time with them that you start to see that there's all these little subtle things that goes on with elephants. And this is a particularly interesting scenario because, like I say, nobody's actually drinking right now, bar one of the young bulls on the end. Everybody, the cows particularly, they're all just standing still, and it's like they're having a little 5-minute nap at the water's edge while they just wait for everybody to kind of finish up and for the little ones to eat. And weird, I don't know. I'm surprised that they've stopped here like this, but they certainly look like they're falling asleep. Anyway, we'll stay with them for a while. Let's see what they get up to. In the meantime, though, let's send you across to Steve, who's on bushwalk and got some things to show us.
Yeah, they were all standing thinking and talking to each other. Well, here we are back at a very nice knobthorn tree once again, and here we've actually got activity. We heard a bearded woodpecker go into one of these holes. We heard the chee-chee-chee-chee loud calling that they make. The bearded woodpecker is the largest of the woodpecker species that we find here. The Afrikaans is called a baardspech. I know many of you out there enjoy the Afrikaans delivery of the names. So I've been working on them, so I hope we can bring some more to you. But that characteristic sort of circular, oval hole in the wood that the woodpeckers create, the barbets are able to do so as well, but the woodpeckers generally create those holes in dead wood looking for the large grubs. Apologies for a train or a helicopter. I'm not sure what it is, but it's very loud. It's a train. Sorry about that, everybody. And the woodpecker, they lay their eggs inside these holes. Normally 1 to 3, usually 2. And they often single brooded, heavily or often parasitized or predated on by the African harrier hawk, which has the ability to hold on to the tree and stick its leg into that hole and to pull out any chicks that might be in there. The chicks are laid, or the eggs are laid 1 day apart, which leads to them being asynchronistically bred, which means they'll hatch at different times. So when there are abundance of food, more than one chick will survive. But interestingly, that the woodpeckers breed now in the winter months, being the peak when most of the other birds are very quiet. And that's because they're specialized and able to access food out of areas that no one else can. Okay, well, we're going to move on and we can send you over to Lauren.
It's amazing. You're trying to loop around to find your leopard. You bump into a herd of elephants and a troop of baboons. What are you eating? It's eating something for sure. Now, if these baboons spotted Tlalamba, they would be extremely vocal about it. You would absolutely know about it, which means she's not at this site. But that's okay. We're going to keep looping around and see if we can pick her up again. She also gave Tristan the slip this morning. She's not in the mood for being on camera today, shall we say. That branch almost looks like it doesn't look strong enough to support this baboon's weight, and yet it is. Possibly a large baboon, small leopard. There's actually lots of videos online of baboons. There's one, a baboon with a lion cub takes it up the tree, and there's also one, a baboon with a leopard cub. But an adult leopard, a big leopard, not so much. Tavangumi actually had a baboon kill a few weeks ago. I was not here, but he killed a baboon and hoisted it. There's some photos online. So it's not a good relationship between the two. Leopards will kill a baboon if they can. But baboons are also very vicious. They're vocal, they come in large numbers, and they have huge canines. They can definitely do some damage. So baboons would attack small leopards.
I'm right here to them. If there's nothing here, I'll check. That remain waste.
It's hard to balance the game drive radio. If you turn it down too much, you miss all the excitement. But yes, a leopard would kill a baboon if it can as well, just like Tavangumi did. That must have been quite a sighting. Looks like a little picnic here. Teddy bear's picnic. I think we're just going to watch these baboons for a little bit. Look at that small one that just came in, Davy, to the left. Oh, it's run away again. It's tiny. And then maybe we'll begin our search once again for Tlalamba. We're sitting here watching a troop of baboons. Highly entertaining, as always. No? There's an... Oh! Seems like they got a bit of a fright there. Oh, look at that one carrying his baby. But we're actually searching for a leopard, so what we're going to do is just sit here, watch the baboons, and keep listening for any clues. So sweet. Hitch and ride. Isn't this been such a lovely sighting, watching these baboons? Very precious.
Well, we're still with our elephants. Most of them have drifted off now. We've just got a couple that are still playing around in the water. There's a couple of the younger males that are messing about. There's a hippo that's come in to say hello as well, but for now it's pretty chilled. I think there's a fish eagle as well. Nice. Very full fish eagle too. Its crop is very full. I'm actually interested to see where it's going because they normally nest behind us, inside little gowrie. It's just landed in one of the trees there. Just seeing if maybe they maybe changed their nest. There's something peaceful about being with elephants at a dam that you just can't replicate with anything else. I don't know what it is about ellies. Just seeing them kind of drinking and moving around you. And we actually had one female that came right up to us. And she just stood and watched us for a while, picked up a branch and then walked back around with the little one. It was very close. It was maybe a meter from us. It was actually very cool to see how chilled she was with her little one. She didn't even bat an eyelid. She just kind of sniffed us for a little bit with her trunk and then turned and off she went, which was cool. See if any of the others come up this way. I doubt it though. I think all the boys will follow the herd going off behind the dam wall. See if he chases these Egyptian geese. Sometimes the young males like to chase the geese around. It looks like everyone's behaving themselves today. No, this one's going to chase them. Always the same, are ellies. They always do this kind of stuff. Looks like he's got little socks on, doesn't it? I think it's the only elephant that got its feet wet. Everybody else was pretty good about keeping their feet dry. There's always got to be one in the family, isn't there? Let's see if this one also chases the goose. It might. So it really looks like it's got lots of attitude with those ears flared. I think the one on the left is the one that's going to get chased. Leave the goose alone, elephant. Let's let the Egyptian geese bypass and carry on with their day. Alright, well, our ellies are leaving the dam now, so we'll probably move on. Like I say, I want to just quickly go past where Marips was yesterday morning. Was it yesterday morning or the day before? I can't remember now. Day before. Just try and see if we can't find him and see what he's up to. I don't think he's on Chitwa. The guys said they haven't picked up tracks for him, so we'll try and head in that direction. And just try and see if we can find sort of some sign of him at this stage. I think he'll still be pretty kind of chilled where he is. But I'll have to. I think I'm just going to check the Muluwanini first, though. Just try and head along the top side and then into the Muluwanini, and then we'll go up from there. And we'll try and kind of scratch that little section, and then from the Muluwanini we'll just cut into Torchwood a little bit. Like I say, the signal there is a little on the sketchy side, so it's possible that it's going to be just a quick venture, and if we can't find him we'll have to come out pretty quickly, but we'll just see if we can maybe get him and then be stationary with him for a little bit. No one's checked there today, so we'll see. I see lion tracks here going towards Little Gowrie. Must have been in Kahumas that were here last night. Alright, while I go and check around and see if we can find any sign of Thandi or Marips, let's send you across to Steve. He's got something to show us on Bushwalk.
Well, thanks, Tristan, and welcome back to Pridelands. We're talking about all sorts of tracks and signs, and we've got a beautiful sign here of the culprit behind this massacre here on the tree. Now, I spoke earlier about trees getting flogged with horns or dug at. for food. This has not been eaten. This has not been ripped in any way. The animal's taken its head and it just smashed this tree, scratching it, basically trying to strengthen the neck or to eradicate horn borers that are actively moving around and burrowing in your head. Can you imagine having a live organism moving around inside your skull cap? I'd probably want to scratch my head against a tree as well. So, without saying who it is immediately, let's run through the evidence we have at hand, because evidence often helps you to make a more informed judgment. Okay, so height, it's about this high, so could be Impala, could be a kudu, could be a Ngala. Okay, could be a buffalo. What do you think, Paul? Let's have a look at some more evidence, shall we? We got a pile of poo right here. And this pile of dung is made exclusively by that very water-loving herbivore, the buffalo. And if you're uncertain of it, there's even a track right there. There's a track. I'm not saying that this happened at the same time as that. So it's, maybe it's a bit of conjecture right now that I'm playing at. But the dung of the Cape buffalo, can you see how it also comes out in pellets? But because it's so wet, the digestive system pours it out as a solid slurry rather than as a pellets. But if the intestine contracted more and worked more like the other herbivores do, these would come out as more solid pellets, as you see with waterbuck when they're a little bit more water stressed, or wildebeest as well. But the buffalo feed on a lot of moist grass and they drink a lot of water, and very finely digested food, as we've seen with the kudu before, very finely broken up, digested, ruminant. And he's pooed, stepped in it, and gave the tree a thrashing. Now, if it's the same animal, I'm only guessing, but this kind of behavior to a tree is very characteristic of what buffalo do. Impala do it as well in the rutting season. Kudu do it every now and again as well as a form of adornment. Nyalas strengthen the neck and also get some leaves attached to the top. But so, once again, it's not only the porcupine that damage vegetation and the bark, it's also some of our herbivore animals that are doing it to thrive, everybody. The male needs to work the neck muscles to strengthen himself. It's like any prize fighter goes to the gym. He hits that boxing bag again and again and again. Does the boxing bag get upset? The tree's probably a little bit upset for what's going on over here, but at the end of the day, the animal's doing what it needs to do to thrive in this environment, and these are one of the really nice signs that we find out here. The tree itself is the flaky bark acacia, and a little bit of gum has been expended here to try and defend itself. That gum is one of the things that bush babies love to feed in acacias. They bite into the acacias to get the gum out, and that gum there, I wonder if it tastes good. We saw some gum with the marula yesterday. Not bad. It's better than the marula gum. The gum is essentially like your blood clotting system, a way of defending yourself against attack. And the gum will slowly heal over, and eventually the bark will then close over as well. The gum is obviously, like our red blood cells, is mobilized, can move through the tree to defend it. But this tree has got quite a bit of damage. But it'll probably survive for a little while longer. But any fire coming through here would definitely damage the tree, because we know that bark is not only designed to protect against dehydration, insect attack, but also against fire. You could probably make some really nice fire with this.
everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
So hopefully you guys can hear me now. Can you hear me? You've got me. Okay, good stuff. So I'm just checking quickly for tracks here because I've just come into Torchwood and I've got tracks for 2 lionesses and for mareeps here as well, going up and down. So his track looks like it's coming down and the lion's going up. Okay, I just want to check here. It doesn't look like his track looks much fresher on top of the lions anyway, so it's not that the lions have gotten him before anyone panics. But yeah, he's definitely walked here. So it's just that his is on top, like I say, of the lion's track by the looks of things. I just wanted to double check because I was just trying to see which way he went. It looks as though he's gone back towards kind of Chitwa side, but nobody's reported any sign of him. So I don't know if he's cut off kind of back into this block here. I'm going to have to just double check. Now I'm fighting with my mic pack, everybody, so I do apologize if I seem like I'm a bit distracted because it just doesn't want to stay nicely. Morgan, you're welcome to look at me if you would like to, because you've been showing the landscape for quite some time. Everybody, there we go. Okay, I'm all good now, everybody. You can all kind of get settled, but it's definitely 2 lions walked up and then he's walked down on top of it. So what I'm thinking is let's go back. I didn't see anything crossing Gowrie Main, but then again lots of cars have driven there. I checked the Mulawanini, there was nothing in there. I wonder if maybe One-Eyed Pan or Tumberlink, although a vehicle did drive there. I'm on Tumberlink, so I would have expected them to have found the tracks if he did go there. Mareeps, where are you, boy? I have this funny feeling that he's been milling about here and just kind of going up and down. I'm going to try and find a place where I can turn because his track is going down. So sorry, Gwen, if you can just repeat that quickly. I need to just quickly change my positioning of my radio so I can hear you. You said, why do leopards from Rebecca, but I didn't catch the rest. Why do they all have names? So, Rebecca, the reason why our leopards have names is because it's basically an IDing characteristic so that we can help with research into the species, particularly with the likes of Panthera. So Panthera is a organization that is at the moment doing quite a lot of studying on the leopards of the Sabi Sands. And so if every single one of them's got an ID, and whether its name is Mareeps or it's got a spot pattern ID or it's called L23 is not really the biggest thing, but I mean numbers gets confusing after a while. You can imagine we'd be now in the Sabi Sands after all the years that people have been guiding, we'd be having L429 or something like that, which would make it quite tricky. And then how do you assign those numbers, because different lodges will report cats being born at different times, and it just becomes a bit complicated. So the best way to do it is to have names that have been assigned to them, and that allows us then to follow their journey through life and to figure out who they are, what they've been doing, how many offspring they've had, where they're moving, how big their territories are. Through random points that are marked on a map, they can extrapolate that and kind of work out roughly what the territory will be. So it's a pretty interesting process, and that's why they're given the names, and it's why the names generally are only given at about a year old, because that essentially allows, you see, this little cat has been mobile. He's been all over the place, because he's walked here too, unless this is Mulawati. But it looks like he's been up and down in this area. So he came from this side and down, trying to see if his mom's tracks are with him, but it doesn't look like it. So it's definitely the right tracks going that way, and these tracks look pretty good actually. Alright, I'm going to try and see if I can follow these around and see. We'll turn around here. I just wanted to double check them. Well, Kimberly, it's a bit tricky because somebody drove over them without telling us. So this is the first section here where I've seen them without any tire tread over the top. And they look okay. I mean, it doesn't look like he's hobbling too much, or I certainly can't see the big soilen paw in his track. So I'm going to try to show you a track of his that I can see clearly. Morgan, maybe. They're all very difficult to see. There's one that's here. Yeah, they're not nice tracks, these, for camera. It's going to be almost impossible for you guys to make them out. The road is very undulated with a tire track, and that's what makes it difficult to be able to see. I also just got told that there's tracks for a female leopard coming into Torchwood from just above us here. So I don't know if maybe Tundi's also around. I'm just trying to think where to check from here, because if he's gone down this side, he must be somewhere close by here. The grass is so long though that if he's lying down, he's got his head down, we're going to struggle to pick him up unless we drive or walk on top of him. Alright, I'm going to try and just scratch around here and see if I can find where he went. In the meantime though, let's send you across to Lauren, who's bumbling.
Good luck, Tristy. We've just got a bit of luck and found one of my favorite types of birds. It's a woodpecker. I need it to stay still so I can identify the species. Please stay still, little woodpecker. I can still see you. You're still there. I have a funny feeling it's a bearded. They all look similar but different. Same but different. And I think Steve was talking about woodpeckers earlier, but they are just fascinating. Really fascinating, their biology. I mean, just think about it. They are literally banging their head continuously against a tree trunk. I mean, I have a headache just thinking about that, actually. You're giving me a headache, little woodpecker. But they're equipped for it. Cartilage to act as shock absorbers, a long tongue that goes all the way around their head. It's actually really incredible where their tongue goes. Can you see it, Dove?
I thought so, but I guess not.
But there's some talk of lions being on Djuma that were found this morning. I don't know which lions. Oh, hello. What are you making such a noise about? It's a very slim tail. You see that? It's not too bushy. It's a youngster. What is it? But yes, lions on Djuma. I don't know which lions before you ask, but I think I'm going to scratch around a bit. The dark one, I think, crossed into Buffelshoek. He eventually woke up. And I'm going to try and see if we can scratch around and figure out if the lions that were spotted are still on Djuma, and if so, where are they and who are they? Little squirrel, do you have the answer? Reminds me of Wally. Okay, if you're right, squirrels are adorable. They can become really habituated. A lot of people rescue and rehabilitate squirrels because very often they get abandoned or they fall out of trees or rooftops. You can't just leave a little squirrel there. And if they're used to human contact from a very, very young age, you'd be surprised. They will treat you as if you are mom. They can become very, very habituated. Oh, what a wonderful marula. Lots of life happening on this marula. But now we're going to bumble. They have scratched around for the lions, but it's getting later now. It's getting marginally cooler. But the cool hits you like that in winter. It's fine for now. I've got my short sleeves on. Davi's got his short sleeves on. But it'll just reach this point where we both go, ugh, and put on our jackets. It gets cold very, very rapidly. The snow still hasn't arrived yet, though. When is that snow coming, Davi? Davi's going like this. It's apparently coming. I don't know when, though. I wonder what lions... Justin. I used to love the bushwalk when we did them on Djuma, especially in summer, not so much winter. I used to love the summer bushwalk. I used to spend almost the entire drive with insects on quarantine, just stopping and looking at all the small things. I've had many incredible encounters with elephants on foot. But I think if I'm leading and I'm guiding, I do also very much enjoy the vehicle. It's a tough one. It's two very different experiences, not entirely comparable. But when I was at Marataba, we got to do bushwalks and safari drives. We actually walked black rhino on foot. That was a first for me. I would say I preferred the drives down there. It's very thick, very dense. Lots of dead sickle bush. And it was a little bit high density of rhino, white and black. I do think I preferred the drives down there. I think it depends on so many things. I love them both for different reasons. Obviously with the bushwalk, you're on the ground. You feel it. You're sort of at eye level. You don't have the noisy engine, so you can hear a lot more. You can smell a lot more. That's a very tough question. You've thrown me under the bus here. I enjoy them both for so many different reasons. Sometimes your bottom gets a little bit numb on the drive, I must say. You have to sort of get out and just stretch your legs. But you can also spend hours with a leopard. You can't do that on foot. Such a difficult one. I'm going to be thinking about this for quite some time now. Thank you, Justin.
Welcome back to us here on Pridelands on foot. Being on foot is the best. Gives you the potential to investigate all those little nooks and crannies that you can't from the vehicle. I also find being on foot brings me more into the moment than in a car. In a car, you can become a little bit more complacent. When on foot, you can't afford to be complacent. So you're very much in the moment, very much left, right foot, right foot, in breath and out breath.
Well, unfortunately, no sign that I can find. I'm just trying to check one last little pathway here to try and see if we've got any sign of him, but there's nothing that I can see. I don't know where else I can try and look for him. I don't want to crash around too much. I just wanted to check this game path to see if I could get any signs of any footprints, just to show that he's been here, but alas, nothing that I can see. Where to from here? Because this is where I left him the other day. It was right here. So I was trying to check these game paths here just to see if maybe I picked up his footprints. But those tracks coming down are not bad. They're from today. We've had quite a lot of wind blowing and the tracks are quite clean, so they look like from either this morning or during the day today. And I can't find anything coming out in front here. But like I say, a car drove here before me, so I lose the track, but it looks like it cuts back towards the drainage line. So what I want to do is just check the main road again, just one more time. I see he hasn't popped over into Chitwa somewhere. You know, the other day when we had him and he moved, he was actually pretty mobile, so it wouldn't surprise me. Gareth, it does seem like good news that he's being mobile. Let's see, what's this here? So these are the lioness tracks coming up. I know these lions were found this morning going into Little Gowrie, so they must have just done a big loop from this side in and then round. I think they were trailing these buffalo. They were smelling the buffalo, and that's why they were here. Sniffing around this area. Seems like a lot of cars have driven around here though, unfortunately. Maybe what I'm going to do is just try and check the pan here quickly. Just see if I can't... I mean, there's no water in that pan. See, these lions came up here, so... Where are you, boy? I'm hoping he was just on the other side of the drainage. The lions did go into that little block where we left him, but not far. They walked into a mitre drain and then turned around and came back out the mitre drain. I think they were just, like I say, sniffing the buffalo dung and trying to trail the buffalo. The buffalo were here for almost 3 days, milling around, so wouldn't be surprised that was what was going on. No, Gary, they don't. Leopards do not have a home-based tree, I'm afraid. They have trees, well, they have trees that they'll utilize from time to time to sit in, but they don't have a home-based tree. So their trees are pretty much, with food particularly, are just selective. Just as when they can see them, they'll grab them and go up and kind of just try and get whatever they can in meat-wise up the tree. When it's just to sleep in, then yeah, sometimes they find like a tree that they'll sleep in fairly regularly, but it's not a home-based tree. It's not like they go to the same tree every single time. Okay, no, nothing there. Just want to check this little pan where he and Semba were having a little argy-bargy the other day. Come on, come on, come on, come on, boy. Where are you? It's just very difficult to track like this as well, you know. This unfortunately requires a fair amount of intensive work to do, and driving is not the right way, I'm afraid. There's a track here. Now, is this fresh tracks or is this old tracks? Hyenas. Okay, it's difficult again on this road because this road is also a access road for Chitwa. So I see hyena tracks here, but I can't make out a nice fresh leopard track. I thought I saw one, but I know he was around this area the other day, so it doesn't really help much when he's been walking around so much in the last week or so. Let's just check down here. Alright, so while I try and get down and see if we can see him here or if there's any sign of him here, and then we'll go back kind of into the Mulawanini just to check if there's any tracks there. Let's send you across to Lauren, who's looking for the big tawny cats.
I don't really know what mission I'm on. I'm just trying to explore the rest of the property that I didn't get to do this morning, and just see if I can pick up on anything. Between all of us, Kristen, myself, Aubrey, Mike, Rexon, Benoti, we all split. Tackle different parts of Djuma. We can do it relatively quickly, and then you'll sort of get a picture. You'll sort of not know exactly, but you'll think, okay, a leopard moved this way, the lions went this way, so-and-so went this way. Lots of hyena action here, something's going on. Or sometimes nothing. More often than not. But we are about to approach Treehouse Dam, and I thought this is actually a really good dam to tackle as the sun's going down. Just skipped it. I saw it too late. How unfortunate. The Bateleur was drinking. It's up a tree now, but it was so nice to see it drinking. Did you see that, Davi? Did I ruin your shot? I'm sorry.
How is this one? The problem with Tswalu and I is we're rather short. Tristan and Jonty, on the other hand, are the on over the bonnet. We do have booster seats, but to be honest, they're so old and very flat now. I think we need new booster seats. Just to see what's actually going on over the bonnet. Now, this is an adult, it's definitely not Batilda, but let's just take a moment to appreciate this battle-ear sighting at Treehouse Dam.
Okay to join this?
Maggie, I have.
From airport?
I'm just thinking I can play it on my phone, but probably not in the presence of a battle-ear. So how about the next time you come to us, I'll play the call for you. I'm not very good at doing animal calls. Darby, on the other hand, is incredible. Aren't you, Dove?
No.
You learned a spotted eagle owl this morning, didn't you? Do you want to do it for us?
Maybe later.
Come on. He's pretending to be shy, everyone.
No.
Are you feeling the pressure?
Yeah, too nervous now.
You're nervous. Okay, he's refusing. He's been stubborn, but he learned to spotted eagle owl this morning. He does a very good hyena, a very good lion, and an excellent leopard. So Maggie, I will play it for you once we're sort of not next to the battle-ear. I don't think that's very fair on the battle-ear. But as soon as you see us next, I'll play that call for you.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. As one of the industry's best and Fagasa Indoors training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
Now, I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Welcome back, everybody. I've heard some branch breaking just over there. Can't see anything, but that particular type of branch breaking is very characteristic for elephant. So the wind is coming towards us. We don't have a lot of time left with the lights, so we're just moving forward a little bit to see if we can get a view. Leopard Dam is that way, so it's possible some ellies might have been there drinking and are maybe coming back up feeding in the landscape. This is one of the beautiful things about being on foot, is that immersion with wildlife, that sort of safety net you might find yourself in, and your left and right foot, and everything is breathing in and out. Nancy, no bushwalks at night. The big and scary ones like to hunt at night. And lions and leopards generally are quite afraid of people in the daytime, but at nighttime it's a very different switch that gets pulled with them. So we're just crawling forward here, seeing if we can get a view or another sound of an elephant. Obviously, you have the potential for it to be a breeding herd, and if that is the case, we'll retreat back. But every time I walk, there's big trees, there's big fallen logs that we see. We're always ready to go back. So the situational awareness of where everything is a very important part of being on foot. But that approaching big game on foot is something that starts to happen to you right over here in the chest, in the heart, which I absolutely love. Haley, I've never noticed them behaving too much differently day and night. One thing they don't like is lights. So if you shine lights on them at night, they will react. So They don't really change their behavior, but I've noticed anyway. Is to see them long before they see you. Elephants don't have the keenest of eyesight, and they're generally quite preoccupied with their feeding. But it is amazing sometimes how far the sound of branch breaking can carry, and obviously with the wind pushing towards us, that's probably what's happened. We might or we might not get a view of these ellies, but we are running out of daylight, so meantime let's send you over to Tristan.
Well, we haven't had any further luck. I've checked another road just to see if anything comes out there. Not that I can see, but you know, his tracks kind of go into this block here again. I think it's him. I'm not 100% sure, because I know Shasha was also hunting warthogs here yesterday morning. They saw him run in from the Mulawanini side, chased a warthog, so it could be his footprints. I don't know. What I want to do is just go around here and just check a water hole on the other side here, see if there's any water at it, because I would imagine he would have been going for water by now. But we'll just have to double check and see. I just don't know how he would have gotten that side and come down, unless he walked around all night yesterday. So I checked here and there's no sign. I mean, I did drive here and so did another vehicle, but I can't see any sign of a footprint in this area. The last one I have is here where the lions turned. So the lions came up the road and then they just went in this little mitre drain and then just came out again, one on the road and one in, and then he goes in towards that tree there and down. So I don't think the lions and him are in the same place, and like I say, here in front it looked like he was on top of the lionesses, whichever male leopard this is. Like I say, I can't be sure which one. It's about the right size, and all the boys at the moment's feet are very similar. I mean, they're big boys now, all of them, and even Mariep's. But I would expect if he had his left paw, we should be able to see it. So Lovebird, I do look in the middle of the road. So when I'm driving, I'm looking in the middle, and then when I see something that I want to double check from here, because I can't see with definition, then I look down to check it. So that I make sure that I'm not driving over the top of something, that I'm making 100% sure that I can see what I'm doing. So from this angle, I've got a much better point of view than over the bonnet. Over the bonnet, you get an idea, okay, those are leopard tracks, but you can't see detail from this distance. It's difficult for me to see down there. So I need to kind of just pull to the side, and then from the side here, I can check. Also, what that helps with is if the tracks, let's say, are coming down and they're cut off, if I'm watching the side of the road, I can see where the foot steps on the side, and I know they've gone into the block there. Then I don't have to worry about carrying on looking forward. I know that I need to kind of loop round or whatever it may be to go and check for it, or stop and go and walk there to confirm the tracks. So that's why we always look on the edge. But make no mistake, I'm looking in front too, so that I see the track first coming down, then we pull to the side to double check. So like, let's say here there's something that I can see on the left side of the road, So I'll pull to this side just to double check. Okay, so it's hyenas, then I don't have to worry, I can carry on. There's no tracks in that mitre drain. So when we're tracking, we're always looking not only on the road itself, but we're trying to see other little places where animals can come out onto the road. Because remember, they don't always just use the road. Sometimes they'll come out, you see this little drainage that's cutting in here. Sometimes they come from there. So looking down on the right here will help me to be able to see, okay, there's a track coming out, or no, there's no tracks, I can carry on. Now the little water point I'm talking about is not far from here. I would be surprised if there's any water there. The one was definitely dry the last time I checked, and the other one still had, but it's been a while since I've been here, so I'm not 100% sure it's got water. The next available water, if he came here and he didn't find anything, his next option is Torture Dam, just up here, which is about 300 meters away, 400 meters roughly. So he could have gone all the way to Torture Dam and then come down. It's possible. I mean, I don't know how mobile he is. I don't know if he's walking a lot, if he's just sitting. It's difficult to know, you know. But we shall persevere and try and see if we can find him. Shame. The water is basically in line with where I am now, or used to be. So let's see if I can find tracks going that way, then I know it was him that came here and then round. It's also getting to the point now where it's getting late and I don't want to be off-roading now if he's around, because this is the time that hyenas start getting active and start moving, which I don't want to do. So what we're going to do is just quickly check these 2 pans here and just see if there's any sign. Like I say, the one I know is dry, but let's just check the other one quickly. And this is where he was kept for a long time as a cub. So it's like almost like a default for him to come back here. He'll know this area extremely well. While he hasn't been here a lot lately, he should know this well enough to kind of come and spend time in this section. So these are the one set that is all dried up, but the big one is the one in front, and I do think I see water there, so it'll be worthwhile checking here. I wouldn't be surprised if he is around. He's hung around here somewhere. This is the pan that I thought he might head to from the beginning, because it's quiet, it's tucked away, it's not a pan a lot of people even know about, let alone, you know, close enough to a road that animals want to come and just shoot into. It's actually got quite a lot of water at it still. It's like the perfect little place for him, this, other than the fact that the ellies come here a lot. There's a little duiker, so it's not him, he's not here. I thought for a second I just saw movement. I was like, oh wait, maybe that's him. But yeah, I don't see any sign. I'm just going to do a little check around. I might actually just get out and look. I see the elephants were here earlier, to see if there's any tracks for him coming here.
Welcome back to Pridens in the fading light, as we have caught up with a herd of elephants. They have just pushed over a tree. They're busy feeding on it. Very special moments. What a magnificent way to end off the day. Elephants at sunset. Definitely one of my favorite things to do. So blessed.
Davey's just been doing his eagle owl noise. One more time, Dav. It's quite good, isn't it? We're going to give you a view of the sunset. I'm going to get out my mobile communication device and play the battle here. There's a sort of etiquette here that we don't necessarily play the calls in front of the bird. Some birds, believe it or not, do respond. So, are you ready? Oh, okay. That, everyone, is the sound of a battle. It's quite an ugly sound, isn't it? I got quite afraid there as well. It's not the prettiest of sounds, but that's the battle. You don't hear them too often. They are fairly silent birds. But that's the sound they do make when they do decide to vocalize. And that was for you, Maggie. Is that the Band-Aid? It is. Oh, I think that was the Band-Aid mongoose. I don't think that was the dwarfies. Oh, when you say up there, you really mean, there they go. This is the same group of banded mongoose that do this to me every single time. They just will not. Did you see them, Darby? No. Okay. However, everyone, we do have a kudu, and it's not just a kudu. Hello, beautiful lady. Look at you standing up there with your youngster. Oh. I don't know why I love it when I see animals on termite mounds. Animals that shouldn't be on termite mounds, on termite mounds. Kudu, elephants, Impala. Look at the young one. Hi, we can see you looking at us. Look at Mom listening. I wonder what she hears. Huh? See that? She's looking at us, but got her ears on something else. See? I'm also trying to listen. I'd love to be able to swivel my ears like that. Henry most likely run. She doesn't have anything that she can protect with. She doesn't have horns, or she would most likely run. In the hope that her baby will run with her. In the hope that, look how alert she is, in the hope that her youngster will follow that sort of tail and just leap through the bush with her to escape whatever is coming. But she can't really do much protection. She can stand her ground and bark, if you like. But at the end of the day, if there's a full pride of lions coming at her, there's nothing she can do except flee and hope that her little one flees with her and follows her lead. Sandra, those ears are incredible, aren't they? They're swiveling in all directions like a satellite dish, trying to pick up every sound. She just seems a little bit alert. She hasn't moved a single muscle other than her neck and head. Her body position hasn't changed. It's just making me a little bit suspicious. She hears something. See, look how still she is. It's quite a beautiful view we're getting of her from here. She could just be assessing the landscape. She knows we're not a threat. If only I could wear my makeup like her.
Hacker.
Are you guessing?
No, I think that was it.
Belto hacker.
Belko?
Belko?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a tough one. You like to make it rather difficult for us, don't you? I don't think so. From what I've seen out here. Oh, hello, little one. Don't stay far away from your mom. No. And just like that, that precious moment is over. From what I've seen here, they notice it, they respond to it, they look up. But of course, we do get a lot of private flights flying in here, especially to Chitwa, sometimes Buffelshoek. And really, they'll look, but I don't think any animal really sees it as an imminent threat unless it flew very, very low. Unless someone sent a drone right at them at eye level. I don't think it disturbs them, but that's just my opinion. We're bumbling in the direction of the buffalo, hoping that possibly we can find the buffalo or lions following the buffalo. Ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize, but it's that time of day. Darby has already put his on, but it's definitely time for me to put my jacket on. It's getting chilly. There we go, that is much better. I'm going to keep bumbling. Darby wants me to put my scarf on. Don't think I'm that cold. But I'm going to keep bumbling west and see what else we can find.
As the sun goes down in Africa, for many, the day has just begun. WildEarth is ready for the next brand new concept, and this time it's at night. A specialized thermal drone will take to the air under the cover of darkness. As it flies above the bush, it will be searching for hotspots on the ground.
We might have a leopard on the far right of this group of hyena.
The ground team will then be called to identify the animal.
It is a warthog. That's exactly what it is. So there we go. It was a warthog that was running away from... Sorry, Warty.
And of course, it is at this time when the big cats are on the hunt.
Yeah, James, just head a little bit more left.
Okay, Gabi, I'm going to go north around on Impala Road.
Okay, the lions are on the move, guys. Lions are chasing the wildebeest.
WildEarth is looking for a sponsor who can help turn this show to a long-running series. If you are interested, then head over to our website to find out more. wildearth.tv/sponsors. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Well, hello, Buffalo. You were definitely not too difficult to find, I'm not going to lie. That was a challenge of exhibitions. Hi, guys. How about here? Can you do a buffalo sound? Well, they haven't moved very far since this morning, that's for sure. But they're kicking up a lot of sand, my goodness. And they'll trample what's left of the dry grass right down to almost nothing. So that bush is going to become even thinner, because that's exactly what buffalo do. The lawnmowers of the bush. It's so dusty. Can you taste the dust? The buffaloes have been running right up here. I'm not sure if you can see it. They've been kicking up sand. Steve, well, let's hope you've not put yourself in a position where that's going to happen. But if it does, turn your engine on and get out of there. Really. You can sort of make yourself bigger and raise your voice around some species out here, but buffalo are not one of them. Really, once a buffalo is normally a dagger boy, it's normally a much older male. Once they decide to charge, there's not much that changes their mind, unless the car transforms into a lion, and that's not going to happen. So the best thing to do is turn your engine on and just try and create distance. Oh, look at this old boy. But in a breeding herd, really, the buffalo are quite relaxed. Jackal, I'm really not sure. I think so. But as I mentioned this morning, you really can't assume. Assumptions are bad out here when you think you're seeing the same individuals, unless you can pick out a key individual that you can say, like Short Trunk or Fang or any of the sort of elephants that we've got to know. unless you can pick out an individual buffalo. But I think it is. They came in from, well, actually, they crossed out on Cheetah Cut Line a few days ago, went into Torchwood, then crossed back again because Djuma's awesome, and then slowly came along Mamba, that side, Central, and I think they've crossed. They're now on the western side. So Jackal, I think so. But obviously can't say that for sure. I love just sitting and listening to them. They really are not quiet, even when they're not essentially vocalizing. They are just big, noisy animals. No wonder the lions find it easy to find them. You can smell them, you can hear them. Yes, you guys are not very discreet. Sorry to tell you that. Yes, Samantha, you're right. Big, powerful, beautiful animals they are. Extremely big. I love the females. They've just got such a dainty, pretty little look about them. Yeah. What's happened to your horn? Oh, dear. Have you snapped a horn? You look slightly traumatized by it, too. Christopher, there's so much dust in the air right now that my eyes are struggling and it just smells like dust. They're kicking up a lot of sand. But normally buffaloes just smell like... They're very organic. They smell very similar to cows, cow pat. It's sort of musty, old, earthy, organic smell. That's a buffalo smell. It's pongy, but not in a negative way. I like it. I like the smell of buffalo. Nice, put his head down now. Look at the shape of the horns. Got really straight horns. At that awkward age, they haven't quite started bending out the way yet. And those two bulls in the background are sizing each other up, just to the right there. You see them? Or maybe it's just one sizing one up. That didn't look very equal. Goodness, this radio is reaching the end of its life. I'm getting a nice whiff of them now. Okay, we're going to sit with these buffalo a little bit longer. They are heading south. Hopefully they don't disappear too quickly.
Well, I hope so, Lauren. I hope they don't go too far. Busy just trying to decode a whole bunch of tracks here because unfortunately, with no one driving this particular road that I'm on and too many cars driving another road, it's just becoming quite tricky to understand what's happened here. But it seems like I've got tracks for a whole pride, which I don't remember anybody calling tracks of a whole pride crossing into Djuma, which must be the Nkuhumas, and it's on top of all the buffalo and even some birds. So I want to just go back and check those now, but before I do that, it's getting so dark. Unfortunately, the tracking is becoming near impossible. But before I do that, I want to just try and establish whether or not this leopard track is indeed on top of the lions. And the only place to do that is on this section that we're on now. Once I've done that, I'll loop around and go and check where those tracks go. But like I say, I haven't heard of anybody calling in a lion pride on Djuma since I've gotten here. And I know that I drove this road the other day since I've been here. So it makes me think that maybe, just maybe, the Nkuhuma pride might be somewhere. I know they've been seen on they've been all over the place, so it's possible, but it's definitely more than 2 members. 2 members were found going into Little Gari, but this looks like at least we've got here, which is weird. Like I say, I'm just losing light and the ability to actually see what I'm doing. There's also tracks here. Alright, let's check nicely now. Okay, so the lion tracks are coming up. I wonder if this is not that young Nkuhuma males with them. There's definitely a male in here. Okay, lions, lions, lions. I'm just gonna keep checking here slowly while I have a bit of light and see what we can find. Well, we're still continuing on our tracking process. It's all very upside down at the moment. We have tracks for what looks like a pride going into Djuma. And then there's tracks for Tandi that have been driven over by vehicles during the day coming into Torchwood. I think it's her, it's a female leopard coming in. And then I'm trying to see now, while I've just got a little bit of light, I'm not going to go try find Mariep's properly now, but what I'm trying to ascertain is if his footprint is on top of the lion's footprint. That's what I'm trying to work out. And that will give me an indication of where and what's going on. It looks much bigger than just two lions that they found earlier today. See, so here's his track here. Now, is it on top of the lions, or are the lions on top of him? There he is there. I'm just trying, sorry, I know you can just see the back of my head, and I apologize. I'm trying to see where the lion track goes and where his track goes. Okay, so he's here, there, 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 there. Oh, who's on top of who? They've just misstepped each other here, so I can't actually see who's on top of who here. And the light has gotten so bad, it's a struggle to see. Okay, there's lion again. There's lion there, leopard. Lion, leopard. Oof. It's near impossible to tell here. I just haven't walked enough in the same places, and there's a hyena that's in amongst it too, which is obviously making things quite interesting. Okay, so he walks there, there. Trying to follow the lion back and just see where his foot cuts it, because his foot is also here as well. I don't know, difficult. They just don't seem to overlap anywhere where I can definitively say which one is which. And like I said, the light now is just so terrible, I can't actually see what I'm doing now. This is where I first noticed his tracks. This is where we turned around here. Giraffe girl, no, I know what you're asking about. You're asking about the Nkuhuma male, and you're asking if there's a dragging track for him, and it's not here. So initially I was thinking maybe the young Nkuhuma male was also in this lot, but I don't see that here. His track would be pretty distinctive. It's amazing how these lions and this leopard have just misstepped each other the whole way. It's like a perfect lion going this way, and then leopard just in front, just behind, but not exactly on. It would have been somewhere on that road. We would have found the answer that we're looking for, but I mean, as you probably can notice now, I can't see a thing. The detail is all gone out of these tracks. So I think let's leave it. I'll come back tomorrow morning and just really double check again and make sure. But let's go follow these lion tracks for now and see what I can find. Maybe I'll get lucky and be able to pick up some tracks for them. And we'll try again with Marips. You know, it's going to be one of these. It's going to just have to be patience. Eventually one of us will pick him up somewhere. It's just a really tricky area to look. Alright, so I'm going to carry on. I'm going to see what else is out and about here, and whether or not I can find some sign of any of these animals, because Tandi's track's also in the area. And then let's see what Lauren gets up to in the meantime.
We're just about to go round and catch up with the buffalo. We just had to stop. Darby was putting on the IR light. I think he's managed. Have you got it? Yep. Yeah, he's got it. It takes a little bit of time to pop on. It's a tricky one. And of course, we've lost far too much light now, ambient light. So we need our infrared light. But we're just going to catch up with them now. They moved fast, one by one. And I really do think it is the same herd as a mega herd. It ain't no small herd. Ain't no small herd. Okay. There's some here. I'm just going to drive slowly. I don't want to put my lights on. The bulk of them are down there. You lot are just everywhere. This entire block between Rebecca's and Zoe's have got absolutely covered. And there's more coming. One by one. They're just going to pop out. Wait for it. Kim, you're asking at what age does a sort of buffalo considered in its prime? That would normally refer to males. So once they sort of get past 10 years old, you would generally consider a male buffalo, a bull, to be past its 10 to 12, I think, give or take. You would consider a male buffalo to be past its reproductive peak. And that's when we really start to call them dagger boys, because they've gone off on their own, they're past their reproductive peak, they're old, they're grumpy, and they're not doing well with the ladies anymore. And that normally happens between the ages of 10 to 12, depending on sort of the area that you're in. But as for when male buffaloes become sexually active, I know the females have their first calf between 4 to 5 years old, but for the males, I'm actually not sure. I think they normally start breeding around 7 to 8, but as for when they actually become sexually active, I'm not sure. So I would say they're in their prime from around 7 years old till 10. That's probably the prime time to be a bull buffalo. Have they all disappeared? No. Not yet. Oh, look at that. So sweet. Buffalo calves are so sweet. Okay, I am going to pop my lights on just so that I can see. And as soon as we spot a buffalo, I'll obviously turn the lights back off again. But you've got to remember, safety comes first when you're immersed in a mega herd of buffalo. Oh, smell. Very fresh. It's amazing how quickly they disappear. They're moving fast. I wonder if something spooked them. Ghislaine. Oh, that's a tough one. I don't really count, to be honest, but oh, there's another youngster.
We're going to infrared.
We're going to go into infrared. Don't know why I said it like that, but I did. Ta-da! And I really don't count, so I'm just gauging. But I do think it was 500 plus in the Masai Mara. The herds up there get huge. I remember just below the Olololo escarpment, I sat one day with a herd that we just couldn't get out. We couldn't get home. They were just everywhere. Why are you guys running? I have to say, they're not the most elegant gallopers, are they? No, they're slightly clumsy in their galloping technique. But yes, 500 plus in the Masai Mara. Goodness, I miss that place very much. They're heading south. They're going to cross south tonight. We will not have them on our property tomorrow, I don't think. They're moving really fast. They're moving away from here. I wonder if they've heard some lions or something. Shall I stop here, dog? Where are you all off to? It's amazing how fast a buffalo herd can move. Even when they're not doing their clumsy galloping, they can cover great distances. And it's going to do, well, quite a world of good for Djuma as they're trampling all the pastures nearby here. And they've covered a large section of the reserve, if it's the same herd. Just going to turn around and make sure we've not got any behind us. I'm going to go forward, Dove. It's really situational dependent. And when you say predators, again, predators covers a large spectrum of animals. I think you probably are specifically referring to lions. But when we use the word predator, we really do get predators of all animals. But really, the ones, when it comes to lions out here, the buffalo's main predator. It really depends on the situation. How many lions versus how many buffalo? Do they have enough, like this herd, to all sort of charge forward at the lions and keep the calves in the middle? So there'll be a group of buffalo that keep the little ones tightly packed in the middle, and they'll surround them. And some of them will literally charge the lions and chase them. But then, of course, sometimes, as we know, the lions win. So it's very much situational dependent. But if they get spooked, like something spooked them right now, and it's not us, they will all run. They're not maybe sure what they're running from, but they're spooked. And because everybody's running, it's sort of like that sheep approach. They all just follow. They don't really know what they're running from, but they're all going to follow. So it really depends. I've seen buffaloes really fight back. And then I've seen buffaloes, of course, make the wrong decision and end up on the lion's dinner plate. They are moving a little bit further into that drainage line where we always lose our leopards. We lost in Ghana there the other day, Tlalamba, Shadulu. They are moving that way. And naturally, I am not going to follow. especially after the other day, Davy and I got a little bit stuck. Just a tad. Tristan had to rescue us. Oh, that's one for the books. There's still a few on this side, but I don't know how the visuals are going to be. I'm going to go forward a little bit more. There we go. Okay, if these buffalo continue to move into drainage line, we will leave them, head up to quarantine and see what else we can find.
Hello, my name is Marnie Kell from the Greater Toronto Area of Ontario, Canada. I am most excited to meet some of the guides that I feel I already know. And I'm going to very much enjoy riding along with them to see what they see most days while they're broadcasting these safaris to us, while also staying at the beautiful Simbambili Lodge. WildEarth has brought so much to my life, and I am thrilled and grateful to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Well, still trying to find where these lions went. We just checked the last track I had. It crossed Cheetah Cut Line into Djuma very sneakily. Instead of walking on the roads, it's just gone straight over the road, which makes life exceedingly more difficult when it comes to tracking, particularly when you're tracking at this time of the night. Using a cell phone to track lions is an uncomfortable experience, but we did it anyway, just to try and see. There was a hyena that just came past. For those of you that were interested, I didn't actually take a look at which one. It's quite dark for me now, and we had the light off, and I don't have a monitor at the moment, so I can't really see who's who. If I'm honest with you, it's just darkness when all the lights are off, so could have been anybody really. Lions, where would you have gone? It's interesting now. I'm not sure which way to check. I just want to double check that they didn't come out the block here. Is this them here? Yeah, here they went. Jason, the hyenas do. Generally, when you follow lion tracks around here, I mean leopard tracks around here, there'll always be hyena tracks behind. The lions went straight down the road here. They were up and down this section. Interesting. Okay, they turned here by the looks of things. So yeah, the hyenas do track leopards pretty actively. Lions they're a little bit more wary of. They know that lions can mean danger, so they just are a little bit more cautious about lions and what they do. But it's not to say if they pick up that there's lions or hunting, often they'll mill about in the area and just check what's going on. Just trying to see. Sorry guys, it's not easy to track like this in this light. There's a grassy road, so that's going to be a struggle. Okay, so it doesn't look like they came down here. This is all hyenas. Here we go, there's lions here, going straight down the road. Lots of hyena tracks in amongst this as well. I wonder how far they went. Looks like one male lion and a couple females by the tracks. Okay, still going. And no one's called these tracks in as far as I know. But I wasn't paying that much attention to the radio this morning when we were with Tlalamba, but everyone was in the north, so no one's been here today. I think these tracks must have been from today or from last night. But you can see how that the vegetation is like on either side of me here. It's not exactly friendly, quite tricky to be able to see what's going on. And if they've cut off here, we're going to have a bit of a problem. See if they're still going. We need softer sand up here. It's a little bit easier to see. This would have been much easier if I'd found these tracks in the daylight. But is what it is. It's the nature of the beast, as they say. Eric, for the most part, yes. Eric's 10 years old and asking about lions and whether all lions in a pride are related. So, Eric, for the most part, so I'd say like 90% of the time they're related. There's every now and then weird set of circumstances where a female will come into a pride and she'll actually stay with the pride even though she's not related. It doesn't happen often, but it can happen. So, you know, it's something that we've got to look out for. In the wild. Okay, what's this? They turned down here by... This is the anti-poaching unit that's been walking here. I think these lions turned down here. So most of the times they are related, but every now and then you get these random individuals that can join a pride, and that will kind of make up the pride, and they'll actually be accepted eventually, but it doesn't happen very often. And then the males generally aren't related to the pride. So if you've got a pride male, the male that is the coalition males or that mate with the moms to have the cubs, they typically are not related at all and shouldn't be related, because otherwise the genetics, so the blood that they have, is weakened. And it becomes not good for the species, so for all of lions, to have genetics where they're related and they kind of breed together, because ultimately that leads to diseases and deformities if it happens too often, and that, like I say, is not good for the species. It looked like they walked here, but this road is so hard and so full of grass. In this light is near impossible. Let's just meander along. If we don't find anything here, the reason why I find this very odd is I didn't find any tracks for lions crossing south over the boundary. Michael, yes. Kachava was seen the day Marips got bitten by the puff adder. While I was with him with that whole thing, she was found on Chitwa, and then she was unfortunately lost. I asked the guys, did she have suckle marks? They said to me that it looks like it, and apparently she was calling. She walked into a block and she started chuffing and calling, and they lost her there. So I don't know if the cubs are in that block. No one's seen her again in that area since. But yeah, that was what the update I got. I don't know if it means that there are cubs or if she's lost cubs. I honestly have no idea. And without seeing her, I would be very hetiant to give the affirmation of those reports, because as we've seen many times, it's misidentifications and things can always be a bit tricky. So, but yeah, she was seen there. And it was on Chitwa driveway, close to the road network on Chitwa. A lot of the guys won't know it, but it was very close to a road called Shinzele, which is kind of, if you have a map and you can find Chitwa driveway on the map, where it does a very sharp bend. It's that first road that goes to the northeast on that road. So yeah, that is the only updates I've had on her. Nobody else has seen much. Semba this morning stole a kill from Watika on Nkoro. Shasha hasn't been seen since he was chasing Warthogs, which I'm not convinced was Shasha. I think it might have been Semba. It would make much more sense to me. Shasha was left going south, and Semba was around that area already. So, you know, and where Semba was seen today is like if he just walked eastwards, he would be there quite quickly. So nothing really. Langa, I haven't heard any updates on. Sabui, I haven't had any updates on. In Goboswan, apparently not been seen at Mala, but also not been seen this side yet, since he was last seen on Hoffman's. Shidulu, no update on her. Tiani, obviously still with the Cubs at Simabili Camp. So I think that's pretty much most of the leopards. Tavangumi up in Hardikal. Yeah, nothing on Insele lately. That's it.
We're on our nocturnal search now. It's very much nighttime. Dark. Diurnal animals will be just checking the road. When you come to junction, you should always check both sides of the road. Guiding 101. So I'm just using my spotlight to pick out some eye shine. So join me on a nice silent bumble to see if we can find some nocturnal animals.
Drink for the early changes.
Okay, that's us on our open area now, where I really do hope to get lucky with some life. The buffalo all disappeared into the drainage. They were spooked. I'm not spooking them any further. I don't know what was spooking them, but like I said, as soon as one reacts, it's a chain reaction. They'll all react. Could be real, could be fake, but it's better reacting than not. So I'm on quarantine, hoping to see some animals that are not Impala tonight. I got what I wanted last night. Okay, I do see a Impala, but let me just search to see if I can find anything else. There's Eyeshine Derby. Do you see it? Okay, I'm just going to try and get a little bit closer. I don't know what it is. Could be absolutely nothing. Ah, nightjar. Okay. Was an animal. Was a bird. AKA a nightjar. Their eyes are very, very reflective at nighttime. Okay, Impala, you win. I can't ignore you guys. There you go, Dov. The Impala wants to be on camera. Veronica, yes, I have rescued animals. I'm sure many of you have heard these stories before. Not on land so much, but I've rescued many, many animals from the ocean. And many turtles from ghost nets. Ghost nets are a huge, huge problem. One of my best friends is actually working on a project where she uses drones. They're trying to use drone technology to pick up these big ghost nets. They're described almost like icebergs. So you see the tip and you think, oh, there's a net, but what you don't realize is the bulk of that net is underneath what you can't see. And they're mammoth. They're a conglomerate of disused nets, different sort of thickness, different filaments for different purposes. And normally they've got a buoy attached to them at the top, which means they float. And when I say big nets, I mean the length of a football field and the width of a football field. And sometimes it is impossible to get this thing out the ocean. So what you've got to try and do is, well, if you don't have the resources, there's nothing much you can do apart from rescue all the animals in it or leave it. Or we did have the resources, and luckily we were able to tie them onto the back of a really large boat and drag them into a harbour. And then you're left with the problem, okay, now we have this huge, ginormous mountain of plastic. What do we do with it? Anyway, it's a massive issue, and it's called the silent killers of the ocean, ghost nets. You know, we talk about chemical pollution, we talk about overfishing, we talk about shark finning, but hey, what about the silent killer that is ghost nets? And if you're interested in reading more about it, you can go to the oliveridleyproject.org. I used to collaborate with this organization a lot, and they're trying to work really hard on figuring out how to stop these nets getting into the ocean from the source, through a lot of education and research on alternatives. Also, how to get them out the ocean if they're there. How to rescue the animals that are stuck in them, and how to recycle some of the nets. So they're working very hard, and they do make bracelets. You can sort of buy a bracelet just like you do from Down to the Wire of snares. And they've produced a really good article on how to rescue turtles, including giving CPR. So I have given many turtles CPR. I have had many turtles on my lap and taken them to a hospital. A human hospital. Yes. The Maldivians think I am absolutely out of my mind. I also rescued a turtle who had a fishing hook in its neck. And it's one of the turtles that I knew, Ali. I followed her on a daily basis. Just like we know our leopards, I knew my turtles, every single one of them. And I saw one day Ali was not swimming like she normally does, and she had a huge hook going right through her neck. Oh, no. So I made the decision to get in a local and say catch her, because sadly Maldivians eat turtles. It's very much the delicacy, although hawksbills should not be a delicacy. They contain a toxin in their tissues called cheloniotoxin, which is really bad for humans. But anyway, they do eat turtle. They eat turtle meat, they fry up the fat, and they eat the eggs. So I knew he could catch her. It's not my role in life to judge him for eating turtle. It's all he's known. It's all he was brought up with. So I said, please catch her and bring her to me. So he did it. She was very weak. He caught her by the neck, brought her up to the surface very slowly, and we took her to a hospital. We asked for an x-ray. Cost me a fortune. And luckily, the hook was not going through her esophagus. It wasn't that deep. It was just surface level. So she got operated on. We got the hook out. We kept her for a week or two in a tank just to make sure that she was okay, and she took her antibiotics, and we released her. Poof! As soon as she went in the ocean, she was gone, never to be seen again. She didn't come back to her reef, but that's okay. We got the hook out. And one of the most dangerous rescues I ever decided to do was a manta ray. I'll never forget that. I think I took on a little bit more than I probably should have. And again, it was one of the females that I knew her. And as soon as I saw her tangled in fishing line, monofilament fishing line, which they use for sort of fishing off boats in Maldives, I thought, I have to go get her. I have to get this line off her. I asked everyone on the surface to spot me. If you're going free diving, you should always have a spotter. And they did. I took down a knife, no scuba tank, just one breath. Went down. And I don't know how I did it to this day, but I got the line off her completely and got back up to the surface, almost blacked out, which was incredibly foolish on my part because shallow water blackouts are very dangerous. Most free divers that have died from shallow water blackouts. And I got to the surface, and my crew were ready. They knew what I'd done was incredibly dangerous. And I looked down, and there she was. She flipped herself upside down. She showed me her entire abdomen, which is very white. And she swam with me for 5 minutes upside down. And I know I talk about anthropomorphizing a lot, and I am someone who tries to be balanced on that whole anthropomorphizing debate. But to this day, she was thanking me, I'm sure of it. I mean, you're welcome to think I'm crazy, but in that moment, I guess that's how I felt, looking at her behavior. And she was seen regularly after that. She was reported, so she was fine. She just needed assistance, and yeah. And I know rescuing animals is a tough one, and I'm a big believer in non-interference. There's a reason for that, everyone. We should not interfere in nature except when the injuries or the position that that animal is in is due to a human. If we have caused that, then I think we should try and rectify it. Be it snares, be it car accidents, be it ghost nets, fishing line. Absolutely. So I do think we should intervene if we have caused it, otherwise not. So that's my story for the evening. But I believe Tristan has found one of my favorite animals.
Had found one of your favorite animals, Lauren. It has done what, well, animals do, is walk off. And now it's around this corner, so has it stayed on the road or has it disappeared off the road? Where did you go, hyena? What is wrong with you? Why do you not sit still? Sit still. Morgan, I don't know where it's gone. I mean, it's not like this is the most straight and narrow road. It must have gone off. Where did it go? It was in the road, literally as Lauren was speaking, to come to us. It was just, yeah, it knew. It was like, when it heard Lauren thinking. It left us. I don't know where that hyena went. No, definitely hasn't come up here. Don't know where that hyena went, just disappeared. It just goes to show how my afternoon has gone. Anyway, let's send you back across to Lauren, who actually has an animal.
Tristan, what are you doing to my hyenas? Why are you getting the hyena sightings? I'm jealous. But we have been very lucky with the hyena sightings lately and getting the opportunity to go to Little Gowrie, all thanks to Polly. I won't go every single night or every single day, but we will pop in 2 to 3 times a week. I think that is more than enough. Okay, Javi, I feel like we can find a nocturnal animal. What do you think?
Let's go.
I feel like we've got it in us to do this. After my Janet sighting the other night, that Javi didn't believe me about, we can do this. But yeah, just touching on that topic again, you know, we really must be careful how we think about the environment. We really do. Nature has its own way of balancing things, own way of restoring balance. And balance is key. There wouldn't be life without balance. Even our bodies constantly strive for balance. Like homeostasis, if something is out, our body will try its very best to put it back into balance. Sometimes it doesn't. The body fails. We obviously resort to medicine and whatnot, but the body is equipped to try and always maintain balance, even in the brain. Chemicals, hormones, everything. Everything about life is balance, really, and that's the most important thing for any ecosystem. And the minute humans start to tamper, we throw everything out of balance, and that's a lot of the problems with many of the ecosystems that we have damaged today, I'm afraid. But I do believe if we have caused it as a sort of human race, we should try and fix it. Flo, my goodness, big ask. Wow, you're really throwing it out there, aren't you, Flo? Okay, I'll try because I would really love to see one too. I've only seen one once with Ravi and Marcel, and that's it. But their tracks are everywhere. We know they're around. I think they just come out a little bit later. It's too early for them. It's dark, but it's still not late, if that makes sense. I mean, it's only coming up to 6:30. Okay, I'm gonna turn my light. I'm gonna make sure the lights are off for the Impala. The wildebeest are there, Davi. They want to say hi. We can't ignore them. And I wasn't sure if I was going to share this with you today, but I think I am brave enough to do so. But my dog actually got put down today, so it's been a very difficult day. Lots of tears, lots of heartache, lots of pain. Wasn't entirely sure I was going to make it on drive, but I am. I'm here. And at the end of the day, everything has its time. Every living being has its time. And that's another reason, although a dog is not wild, my dog was definitely not wild. In nature, everything also has its time. If something is not meant to be, then it will not be. And that's why we shouldn't interfere and we shouldn't try to extend in any way, shape, or form. Unless, of course, we have tried to shorten its time by doing all our damaging human things. On that note, as the lump in my throat is swelling, we are just going to sit here for a moment or two and watch the wildebeest.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngama Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Moritz, and I come to you live every day from Tswalu Kalahari here in South Africa. My favorite thing is probably the predators, and as you can see, we're looking at some of them right now. These are the kings of the Kalahari. Spending time with the cats, it's just a privilege. And I love their behavior, you know, the more that you look at them, just the power and the sheer beauty and elegance of them.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
Got a bit emotional there, everybody, sorry. But it's all good. And it wouldn't be a sunset safari if we didn't finish the drive on quarantine with the Impala or the wildebeest. And I know I joke about it, but they're incredible animals and there's something quite relaxing about just watching them sort of settle down for the night and still chewing. Never give up on the old food. They are the most bizarre looking creatures, but gorgeous all the same. Maria, that's a question I've been getting a lot lately. I don't think as nutritious, no. Definitely not. The grass is dry, has lost its moisture, is well, technically dead. So I don't think it's as nutritious, and a lot of species out here do adapt in one way or another. So they either sort of broaden their diet over winter, so they'll start eating other things just to supplement, or they'll eat a lot more. Naturally, it's cold, it's a good idea to eat a lot more, but they'll sort of eat a lot more grass in order to try and meet their nutritional requirements. But I actually don't know what level of nutrition they're getting from the dry grass. But they must be, they have to be. I see lights, I wonder if that's Tristan racing home for dinner. They all get hungry at this time. But it's a really good question, the nutritional sort of quality of the grass, the different types of grass from summer to winter. Because I don't think they can be getting nearly as much of the same nutrition. Jerome, thanks for making me chuckle there. Now that you've said that, I can unsee it. Yes. It does look like they're having a chat. As they say in South Africa, a fat chat. Because their mouths are moving. Now that I can't unsee this. I wonder what they're talking about. Maybe they're talking about the nutritional quality of the grass. That would make sense. I Hey buddy, this grass is no good. I don't like it. I want summer to come back. Yeah, me too. You could get really carried away here if you wanted to. I don't know if I actually updated. The Talamatis were found today on a kill at Kayamanzi. I can't remember if I told you that or not. So they're coming slowly more south from the Manguleti side. Kayamanzi is beautiful but currently unreachable for us. But I am hoping that they do come into Djuma really, really soon. So I'm going to keep searching that northern boundary. Oh, many of you are sending your condolences, so don't make me cry. I was a bit later out today and a bit hesitant, but, you know, coming out here and finding Tlalamba and seeing the elephants and the buffalo, then the wild beasts with the Impala, it was the right thing to do. It's been a long, hard day. But tomorrow is a new day. And who knows what tomorrow will bring, especially out here in the bush. Tlalamba really gave us a slip. But when she does that, she obviously wants to. And after scratching around for a little while, it's best just to let her be. Hopefully we can catch up with her in the next few days. But sadly, everyone, it has come to that time. After your 4-hour sunset bumble, it's time to finally say goodnight. But a big thank you to you all for all your comments and your questions. That's what makes this drive after all. But please do join us tomorrow. Tristan and I will be back out and we want you on board. Until then, good night.